There you go. Oh, what's that? Snow. Working. And Stream Elements is waking up fast today. That's nice. Ruby default switches. Hey Lamer, thanks. How are you doing? How is the cult leader doing? Oh, I need to put in a password, apparently. Ruby default switches in Tumbleweed. Is there gonna be cake? Nah, I actually had some cake today and I feel really fucking awful. I ate too much cake. And let me know if you want the music to be louder or lower and anything and stuff like that. Get some sound on this sucker. You're on the wrong distro, you know that Kubuntu. Yeah. I love Linux people. Well, I don't, but I'm... No. If I'm going to puke, you guys and girls are going with me. You're going to listen to each and every little fucking piece of puke coming out of my mouth. No, I'm not going to puke. I just ate too much food. You know, stuffed. That's all it is. Too much sugar and stuff like that, you know. Just feel a little bit, you know how you feel when you eat too much sugar? You feel like gross, you know, grossed out, or it's hard to explain, but yeah. Spiral Linux is quite okay. I do like Spiral Linux. Yeah, I had someone trying to convince me that a growth of 2 or 3% over 30 years is amazing. Yeah. If that's your definition of success, everyone is Elon Musk, apparently. You install Kubuntu. Bad boy. Bad boy. You have not done your duties with your Linux preaching lately. You've been slacking off, man. Why is it not in dark mode? Oh, there you go. I've come to a realization. This looks massively like a fucking vagina. Or flashlight. She's kinda hot though. There's some boobs for you. There's some legs for you. Yeah. Here's the thing. A happy life. A calm-centered Zen life. Your G is in perfect harmony. You get that by not talking to any Linux user whatsoever. Just leave them over in the corner drooling all over themselves and eating their own feces and headbutting the wall. Just don't do anything with them. Just leave them be. Go point and laugh at the crazies and let them be. And then your life will automatically become 10,000 times better. Like I've seen of it. Well, By the fact of your name, I've probably seen way more than you could ever imagine. There's a place on the internet to view actual vagina. You don't need to look at a hamburger substitute. I know. I was thinking about doing a KD Neon boot drive. A KD Neon is actually quite okay. I do like that. Hey Bruce, thanks. Can't say have to Walmart to get good dog or to. Oh yeah. Go get your dog some food. They're way more important than anything else, man. This is the stupidity of the Linux community. This is the IQ. I'm going to rant already right now. This is how amazingly intelligent the IT community, oh sorry, not the IT, the Linux community is. So listen to what I'm saying right now. I have given up on the Linux desktop. What does that mean? It don't mean that I'm not going to run Linux anymore. It's not meaning I'm not going to talk about Linux anymore. It just means that I don't believe that Linux will become a contender or even be significant on the desktop. But somehow, the brain chemicals and nuances in people's brain that are running Linux that apparently are more intelligent than anyone else in the world according to themselves, took the conclusion out of a sentence, I don't believe in the Linux desktop, to mean I am never going to run Linux again. I am now questioning said people's intelligence, to be honest. I was just expressing that, yeah, I don't think Linux will ever become anything worthwhile on the desktop. You know, having a significant market share and stuff like that. I never said I will stop talking about it, I will stop using it. Just that I don't believe that it will become, you know, the year of the Linux desktop, or it will have any significant impact in the broad user-based life, you know, the majority of people's life. It will be a niche, it will stay a niche, and that's it. That was what I was talking about in that video. But doing that, and then saying, Kent is never going to use Linux anymore. Yeah. When we're going to see a gym video, I don't want to record gym videos. At most, I take pictures at the gym, and I take like 1 or 2 pictures at the gym. It's well, I haven't been to the gym for like 3 months, 3-4 months, because I've been a lazy motherfucker. But yeah, when I go to the gym, I normally just take 1 or 2 pictures, and it's more like I can look at those pictures and I put them up on Instagram. So if you want to see my gym pictures, go to my Instagram account. It's more used as a diary for myself, so I can go back and see when I was last at the gym. Hey, Jan. If you go to work out and you are setting up camera rigs and wanting to take the perfect fucking tic-tac video and stuff like that, you are not there to work out, you are there to be a spectacle. You are there to be a clown. You don't take your training seriously. Unless you are doing educational videos. I get that. Like if you're trying to do educational videos, teaching people how to do proper workouts, proper nutrition and stuff like that, I get that. But let's be honest, most people that are taking gym pictures or making gym videos, this is because they want you to look at their fucking tight ass, big abs, big forearms, you know, their biceps, their big boobs. That's the only reason they're doing it. And they are not taking their training seriously. If they should do it, you do it when you're done training. You train and then you have fun. I see more and more people between sets sitting and playing Candy Crush and shit like that on their mobile phone. And I'm just like... And then they bitch and moan, oh, I don't see any process with my training. You're not training, you're having a coffee break. And then they're lifting like 10% of what they should be lifting. Or excluding themselves 10% of what they should be doing. Oh my god, I get a little bit sweat on my body, that must be enough. Let's go back to my mobile phone and post a picture of my fucking tight ass. Yeah, that 99% of people that work out, they use it as a coffee club. I'm sorry to say it, but yeah. I gave up on the Linux desktop long ago, but still use it just because I do believe it's close, but still... I use it because it's fun to use. That's why I use it. I like to find a good gym channel. There are... Quack to Set is a good one. Shredded Science is a good one. Andy Hopperman is a good one that goes into the science behind everything with the body. Shredded Sports Science, he makes a little bit fun of them. Quack, how the fuck do you... this dude is quite good. Quack to Set. He's quite good. More Plates, More Dates is also really, really good. Derek, he's also amazingly good. Really, really informational. Teach you a lot of shit that you should be learning. What is it? Shredded Sports Science. He takes a little bit more of the comedic approach to it, so it's a mixture between fun, but while he's making fun and you're getting entertained and a laugh, he's actually explaining the science behind why it's wrong what they're doing and what you should be doing. He also have really, 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 really good educational videos if you go into his playlists here and you do like supplements, fat loss explained, myth busting, how to do muscle growth, you know, more fat loss, science lessons, the fitness, like a lot of myth busting. He's kind of like a little bit of the myth buster with science behind it. Which I really, really fucking love. Andrew Hopperman. He's a neuroscientist and he has almost anything to do with the body. So there's fat loss, muscle building, endurance building, hormone balancing, and all of these crazy kind of shit. Of course, also something about good sleep. Healthy focus patterns, how to be more focused and stuff like that. Really, really great channel. That kind of like almost anything he talks about here can help you on your fitness journey. Oh, thanks, Anson. Hope you're doing well, man. When I was lifting, we had to record ourselves, but I have gone over to running now. You don't have to record yourself. If someone say that when you're lifting you have to record yourself, they have no idea what they're talking about. What you should be doing is, if you're really serious about your training, I did this right before I stopped training. I took a notepad with me, and then I wrote down the sets, the reps, and how much weight that was on. And then you catalog your training, your exercise. What exercise are you doing? How many sets? How many repetitions? And how much weight do you put on for each set? And I did that for like a month, and I really, really liked that. But then I started to get a new job, or I lost one job, should find another one, or I got promised a job I didn't get, and should find another one, and all kind of stresses went into it. And then I started to train less and less because I was more focused on finding a job. And now I've been at the new job for like 2.5 months now. Or, 3 months with the training period. And it's been a little bit stressful because I had to do a lot of relearning. So I've gone over to an IT job now without having any IT education. So I have to do a lot of self-learning and self-training and stuff like that. So my spare time has been used a lot on learning stuff, learning projects and stuff like that. So I have not had the most time to go and work out. I'm starting to go there right now, or get the time, so I want to get back into it. But the best thing you can do, also for running, catalog your running sessions. So what I did, I typed down the date, the time, and then what I said, sets, reps, and how much weight that's on. Do that for running. Date, time, and then how the session went. How long did you run? What was the time? How do you feel? Do you have any issues after you're done running? Because that could also tell you if you need to eat more food, if you need more sugar in your body, if you need more protein in your body to recuperate fast and stuff like that. It's really, really a good idea to catalog any exercise if you want to be really serious about it. I know one person on Instagram that just do their pictures in stories post sessions, I suppose. Yeah, that's also good. I flex in when I get home. What? I see people get done doing what? So said let's go straight to the okay, I see what you're going. Yeah, they do one set and they go to the mirror. Yeah. Physics truths. As I'm getting older, I'm getting into the health of training. That's a good idea. You should always so unless you are a professional athlete, like unless you are high top 1% professional athlete, you should train for health and not because you want to be X, Y, and Z. There's this saying that the goals that you set for yourself, you will only reach 20% of that goal when it comes to fitness. Because most people don't have the dedication and the work ethic to get to 100%. Thanks so much, Becky. I tried a lot of Linux distros in my life, and I can obviously say that most of the distros are really like a Chinese Swiss knockoff of Mac or Windows. Yeah, that's kind of true. Most shit looks like and work like 10 years exactly. SUSE, Linux, Debian have their uses, but still I really don't think they close. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I go to the gym because it helps me clear my mind. Yep, that's why I should be doing it. Always was my play. Yep. Hey, Kevin. Work on form, forget the amount of weights and reps. I've done it all from... Yeah, form is really... It is the most important thing. But it's a little bit hard to write down on a piece of paper your form. But you can also see your form to some extent, because if you start to put too much weight on, but you're getting less reps per session, per set, and they're going down, that means that you're putting too much weight on. So that means that you should take some weight off, and then of course work on your form. But working on form should be automatically. You should always think about your form. That should just be automatically. Because proper form gives you better muscle growth. You work faster. You grow faster. You get everything. Whatever your goal is, if it's endurance, fat loss, and anything like that, proper form trumps doing it improperly, because then you're working your body to its full potential. So you're getting more calories burned, you're getting more out of your exercise. OpenSUSE Leap, I don't know what... I know that they're going to use a new version of my nose is itchy, of KDE, but you have to remember Leap is a little bit like Debian. They go for stable instead of the newest feature. Yeah, Samsung Health is a good tracker, man. I hope you're doing well, Becky, by the way. Lame has been talking about you all day. He's been, where's that sexy Becky at? I need Becky in my life. I need more Becky in my life. I used to go to the gym with a friend. Yeah, I do prefer working out with people now that I'm thinking about it, because they help you get moving. If you have a workout body, they help to get your ass into the gym when you don't want to. That aspect of it I like, but also like that you are not depending on someone. You get what I'm saying here, that when you're working out alone. But I have always, on the last 5-ish years, or maybe 6 years, I've been training alone. But for the biggest part of my life when I worked out, I always had workout bodies, and it was just way more fun, man. You had a laugh, you pushed yourself harder. When you were unmotivated or had a hard time getting down there, you knew that someone was depending on that you were coming. So the excuses for not going to the gym, they didn't work because someone was waiting at you at the gym. Yeah, I know, Lamo, you've been talking about it in DM all the time that you need more Becky in your life. You're doing well, tired but chilling out and enjoying. Yeah, the weekend. Oh my god, yeah, I'm glad you're doing well. The weekend is really really well needed right now. But luckily enough, the the sun is getting, or shining, not brighter, but it's shining more often, or longer, sorry. It's getting warmer. Thank Kevin. My friend had a leg press at 100 kilo on me. We needed 2 people to help me because my legs couldn't push 100 kilograms of weight. Yeah, but stuff like that is fun, man. I like that kind of stuff. But also, I never done those 1 max reps. I never believed in them. Because to me, that's a really, 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 really. I have talked about Becky, Kevin. Sorry, Kevin. I have said thank you to Becky. I personally only believe that you should train for 1 rep max if you're like a power lifter and stuff like that. If you're going out to set, records or going up to power meets and stuff like that. For everyday health, get as strong as you can, but not 1 rep maximums, because in your day-to-day life, how often are you going to lift 1 thing really, really heavy and never do it again? Probably only 1 time in your life. So lift heavy weights, but lift them as much as you can. So I do between 3 to 4 sets, and so the first 3 I have to do at least 10 sets, or the first 2 10 repetitions. The last 2 I can go down to 8, but the last 2 is also where I lift heavy. So the first 2 are kind of warm up, and then the last 2 sets are heavy sets. And if I feel I'm not exhausted my muscle enough, I just do more repetitions. I sometimes do 4 sets where I'm like, I still have some more, I can still do more. Then I just put a little bit less weight on and do 5 or 6 repetitions as a 5th set to, exhaust my muscle basically. Because the weight is not really that important. It's how well you work your muscle. Because if you stress your muscle with lower weight, you can still lift more. Because you're training your muscle to work under, loads. Hey, Fish Tank. To me, is to be able to help people during their moving periods without just sweating all over the place. Yeah, in your case, I would be doing something like, I would use the Stairmaster, I would do row machines, I would do ellipticals machines and stuff like that trains your whole body. But do it in a little bit of kind of the, maybe CrossFit could be a good idea. Because you're not focusing on individual muscles and stuff like that. It's just, overall, fitness. Yes, only powerlifters do focus on that 1 rep max. You will induce injuries. Yeah, exactly. If you're focusing on just being as strong as possible for no reason whatsoever, that's where you get into the realm of a lot of injuries. And also, don't do exercises that have a high failure rate. So deadlifts, squats, and all of that, they are really, really great, but they are highly technical. Hey, low spec. So try and don't. Let me try again. Stay away from technical exercises as much as possible, because I've seen people that have trained for 20 years, 15, 20 years, pulling a back out doing a fucking squat or deadlift because their foot was turned 1 degree to the wrong place or something like that. Because they were not focused that day, they were tired. So I always been using, all my life basically, the only compound lift I've done is like bench pressing, but I don't do that much anymore. And I always preferred bench pressing with free weights over like, on the bench press. I always like free weights the best, to be honest. because they help you a little bit with your stabilizing muscles and joints, because you have more movement than you have with a bar. The bar kind of helps you stabilizing it a little bit. But I always used exercises that are less accident prone. Because if you work all day and you go to the gym, you're tired, man. You know, and then do exercises that trains your muscles, but have a low risk of failure. Oh yeah, definitely better for connectivity development, for sure. Yeah, HIIT training, most people have no idea how to do proper HIIT training. Everyone, even on YouTube, 99% of people I see that say they do HIIT training, they don't do it right. For them, it's high intensity training, but it's really not. If you want to see someone doing it right, go look up Dorian Yates. Dorian Yates, he does properly, you know, Mr. Olympia from the 90s, The Shadow. He does HIIT training. All of these fucking fitness influencers and stuff like that. Is it high intensity? Yeah, a little bit. But they are still having breaks. They are not exerting them. Here's the thing. When you're doing HIIT training, when you're done with a set, you should not be able to fucking breathe. You should be collapsing on the floor. That's when you know you're done correctly HIIT training. If you can still talk, walk, you know, go over and hit on a girl, yeah, you're not done it right. You're not done it right. When you're done with your set in HIIT training, high intensity training, the only thing you can do when you're done is focusing on getting air into your body so you don't pass out, basically. That's how you do it properly. You don't have time to sit on your phone. You don't have energy to talk. You just sit there and focus on not passing out. But it's really, 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 really... not hard, but it's not something... I don't believe you can do that 24/7 all your life. It's something you do in periods. So you do high intensity interval training for like 6 months or something like that. And then you slow down for a couple of months so your body can get, you know, chillax and you know, relax. You get what I'm saying here. And then you go back to HIIT training. It's the same with not 24/7, but if you work out 3 times a week and every day you do that, you do HIIT training, and you do that all year round. In my opinion, that's not a good thing. No, it will weaken the immune system over a long period. Yeah, it will. It will also weaken your muscles and your joints and stuff like that. But here's again, HIIT training only is really, really beneficial for people that do, you know, if you're a top athlete and stuff like that. Or you can do HIIT training 3 times a week. Dorian Yates did it 3 times a week. He trained 3 to 4 times a week. And he won Mr. Olympia God knows how many times. So yeah, it is doable. But he was also on a lot of fucking PEDs. Remember that, you know, like steroids and growth hormone and stuff that helps you recover faster, so... When I say a shit ton, it's nothing compared to what people take nowadays. So the bodybuilders in the 90s and 80s and 70s and 60s, what they take now, it took back then, people at your gym take way more than they did back then. And it's really fucking crazy how much drugs people take nowadays. And drugs don't work if you don't work. That's the fun part of them. I can take all the steroids in the world, and if I don't work out, I'm not getting bigger muscles. Creatine is actually... creatine is one of the few supplements that are proven to work with science. If you are going to take a supplement, creatine is one of them you should be taking. They are proven and backed up by science. And here's the thing. You take... It depends on your height and body weight and stuff like that. But take between... If you're adult male, I think it's between 3 to 9 grams every day. This whole load up and then take it for a time and don't take it. Take about 3 to 6 grams every day for the rest of your life. It helps with your cognitive, your brain. You become more alert. You become more astute. Your body becomes healthy. It helps you to alleviate the heavy metals in your body. Drink a lot of water because you're going to pee a little bit more. But yeah, creatine is one of the few supplements that actually have science behind it. And there's the only thing that can be seen as a negative with creatine, and this is not even proven, this is just a theory, is that in some people, in some males, it can lead to hair loss if you already have tendencies to hair loss in your family. So if your dad got bald at 30, you should probably not take creatine. You could do it, but there is a slight chance that it will accelerate the hair loss thing. But creatine is the most safe, most studied, and most scientifically proven supplement that you can take. And it helps people that even don't work out. Because it helps with your mental faculties. It has even been linked to helping people that have dementia and Alzheimer's. Like having a small effect on them. So use creatine. I used to do it. I need to do it. I need to get back on the creatine wagon. But I used to take it 3 times a week, 3 to 4 times a week, and I took it every time I worked out. I put a scoop of creatine in my drink. I took with me to my session. But try to do. There's a correct formula about how much creatine you should take depending on your height and your body weight and stuff like that. But I just stick with between 1 scoop to 2 scoops a day. And drink at least 2 liters of water. It's one of them. That and fish oil are the 2 most essential supplements that you should take. Multivitamins, D vitamins, because a lot of us geeks don't get out and get a lot of sun. Creatine and fish oil. No matter how old you are, you should be taking those supplements. The more fish oils you take, the better. D vitamin, about a 40. Protein you should get through your meal. You should get protein through your meals. D vitamin, take like a 40 or what the fuck it's called, that weird number. 40 plus. Because with D vitamin, the things that what the body don't absorb, it pee out. So if you get too much D vitamin, you're just wasting money by buying the expensive ones if you're peeing them out. So get your blood work done. Fish oil works almost better the more you take. The more fish oil you can get, or essential fats, omega-3s and EPAs, or what they're called, the better for your heart, your sight, your cardiovascular system in general. It's just really, really joints. Yeah, so the more fish oil you can get in your body, the better. And creatine, like I said, take 1 to 2 scoops a day. It has been proven both in old people, young people, middle-aged people that work out, people that don't work out. Creatine just fucking works for everyone. It's almost like a natural fucking steroid. 3 months ago, then changed the training the body. Hey Chris from Greece. First thing I would do is checking science always to do safety reasons. Yep. I would love 3 to 9 graham crackers a day. I don't know what graham crackers are. Listener can sound like he did his own creatine is naturally made in the body, but do not. So yeah, you do get creatine from meats, but most of us don't. Especially with age, you don't get enough of the right meats to get the creatine. But it's always just like with multivitamins. Most of us gets all our multivitamins through our diet, but just to be sure. But like I said with creatine, it also helps with other things than than what the ones in the meat does, or what you get what I'm saying here. I'm safe. Then my dad does. He lost to say extra protein. Quay fish oil is good for I read that. Zinc is also a good thing. So what the multivitamins you should be taking, by the way, buy multivitamins with minerals in them. So zinc, magnesium, and all of these things, because that helps you also. So don't just buy multivitamins with vitamins in them. Get multivitamins with minerals in them. So proteins. Look at protein powder as something you take if you have a day where you don't get all your meals. You get what I'm saying here? So if you don't get all your meals, then you can use protein powder. And don't believe this bullshit with you need to have protein 30 minutes after you working out. That myth has been disproven for the last 20 years. The body only cares about how much protein you have in your body during a 24-hour period. So if you eat once a day, you get all the nutrition you want, you still can grow, you still can live heavy and all of that fucking shit. I never got ill from flu or COVID since 2015. Yeah, fish oil is really good for your immune system. That don't damage me, yeah. And here's the thing, creatine costs almost nothing, man. Yeah, okay, if you have thyroid problems. But again, yeah, of course, get your blood work done. Go to do a disto testing. Yeah, go do that, man. I have thyroid disease, I should say. Yeah, of course, you need to make sure that you're a healthy human. I'm now on the OS. Oh, so you're on Kubuntu. Oh my god. Are your live streams available for restream if one does miss out? So, my members, so for 99, let me know how much a membership. It's the lowest amount of membership that I can set it to. So if you are a member of my channel, you have access to all my live streams. And I do a monthly personal vlog where I talk about my channel, about myself, what's going on and stuff like that. Yeah, 99 cents, yeah. And that's how you can access my past live streams. It's just because YouTube have been pestering me for the last year about doing a membership thing. So I'm trying to do more and more for the members, and I feel the people that will want to listen to me rant for like hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours is more like the core audience. So yeah, it is behind a paywall, but it's 99 cents. And depending on where you live in the world, you may have to pay taxes. Like in Denmark, it's like $1.25 or something like that, because we have to pay taxes on it. And they are all in there. And I have been debating if I should make. Again, it's something like if my members, again, there is a community or membership tab in the community tab. There is some form of membership thing on YouTube where you can talk. Members can talk with each other, and if there is a demand, like if members can go in there and talk all they want. And if your email address that you are a member with also is the same that you have on Discord, well, then you have a special role on my Discord. So if you're a member on my YouTube channel, and your YouTube channel is linked to your Discord, you get a membership role on my Discord. And I think I even made or I should have made, or I will make a membership-only chat in my Discord. But if it's something that's people want to make, when I'm done live streaming, I can then upload the audio version of it. So there's both the video version and then the audio version. I'm will happy just extract the audio and then upload it again to YouTube or any other platforms if you guys and girls want that. So if there's a high enough demand for it, just let me know and I will extract the audio and upload the audio to either I have Anchor that puts it out to Spotify and stuff like that. I can just upload it there if you guys want to. But yeah, a little bit of a promotion for my membership. I take a small pill for thyroid deficiency, and they told me I can't take fish oil and anything containing. Oh, that sucks. Honestly, the only reason I pick Linux distro now would be to play around a bit. Go give me Vietnam flashbacks. Just pick a free BSD operating system. Get yourself free from the causes of the Linux community. But Lamer is our Linux fucking cult leader. Didn't you not know that? I tried using Linux for more than 4 years now, and all I can say, holy shit, it's a shit show. The longest I've been able to use it was for 1 month when people say Linux is unstable. I've been my SSD that I'm recording from right now have been running Windows since 2015 with no reinstalls, no viruses, no malware that have locked out my system, no I think I had like 20 blue screens of death over all those years. And when Windows 11 came out or updated on day 1, I have not needed to reinstall Windows in 7 years on one SSD, and I changed hardware 4 to 5 times. I just took my SSD and plugged it in a new computer. Try and do that with Linux, people. Try and do that with Linux, people. I will say one thing, Windows updates are still the fucking most irritating thing that you can ever get your hands on, man. Oh my god. When I'm updating computers at work, I'm just like, oh, give me Linux! Give me Linux! An update that takes like 5, 10, 30 minutes could have done like in a minute on Linux. The beginning of this year, yeah, I only had one blue screen of death that's a driver issue, so that's not even a Windows issue. All my blue screens of death has been hardware related or driver related. Blue screens free for more than 6 years now. Crashing KDE free for 12 hours, yeah. So when I made that video, I stopped believing in the Linux desktop and how angry the Linux community got at me. I deleted 30 Linux videos I have recorded. 30 Linux videos. And I only left the ones that I really, really want to get out there. And I may stop doing Linux altogether. I'm so fed up with the community. Like, every time I upload a video about Linux, it stresses the living shit out of me every fucking day I do it. Because I know I have to deal with the batshit fucking crazy people in the Linux community. I've had situations where people have stalked me on other social media, where I had to, I have been DMing with them or talking to them on my way to work at my old job that took me 30 minutes to go down there until I was in the door. It's... And just because I didn't agree 100% or I don't think Linux is the best fucking operating system on Earth, no operating system is the best operating system on Earth. Come on, dude. I hate organized religion. Okay, I don't believe in it. I don't think it has a place in society. But I can understand that people need religion in their life and they feel it makes them better humans. So I don't judge other people for being religious. I don't look down on them. I just personally don't believe in it. Linux is the way that the Linux community is talking about Linux. It would be me talking to a Jehovah's Witness. It would be like going into a Baptist church and talking to them. And I don't want that. I don't want to deal with that kind of people. Like I said, I don't want to deal with hardcore religious people. But dealing with the Linux community is like dealing with hardcore religious people. Where dealing with Windows people and Mac people, it's a little bit like that to some extent sometimes. But it's not like we are the ones fighting evil and blah, blah, blah. Hey, Rosso. Or Sylvia, I'm sorry for butchering your name. Holy fucking shit, there's some bot there, man. Oh, puppies. Puppies. So yeah, I like, it stresses the fucking shit out of me, man. And then you're being yelled at for being wrong, and you were stupid, and blah, 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 and you were the worst person on earth, and you're not doing the right thing, and don't you know you're making the world a bad place for not supporting Linux, and I'm like, oh my god, just leave me fucking be, man. Like, come on. Oh god, man, it's the Linux community makes me want to hate Linux. That's how bad it's become. Just to say fuck you to them. Like, I want to hate Linux and be critical about Linux just to piss them off, so they can shut their fucking mouth. It's like talking to flat earthers. It's like, oh dear god. Yeah. Linux Mint is great. I do like Linux Mint. Yeah, Windows updates are fucking irritating. The fun part of Linux is pissing Linux people off. Yeah, it's fun for you because you can walk away. So when I get home from work, I get bombarded with notifications on YouTube from fucking people yelling at me in comment section. I get people in Discords yelling at me. I get emails sometimes. I get people on Twitter and a few times on Instagram yelling and screaming at me. And yes, I can say fuck to all of that, but that's part of this whole YouTube business. I need to be in tune with that shit. I need to moderate my comment section, else YouTube is going after me. I can't just say I don't read the comment section. I have to. Because you are now reliable for what's going on in your comment section. So if you do racist shit in my comment section and I don't ban you, I can be deleted on YouTube for it. That's how crazy it is, and I can't employ someone to be the fucking tank and read my comments, and so I don't have to deal with it. That's the crazy shit. I know we hear Joe Rogan and all of these people, oh, don't read the comment section. Yeah, that's easy for him to say because he can employ someone to do it for him. Yeah, it's for small channels like me, I have to moderate my channel, man. I had a stalker once. I said something bad for Gentoo-based distro. Yeah. That's kind of what happened for me also. Scratch my have I haven't crashed KDE yet. I feel if you run KDE on SUSE and Debian, it should not crash off you. Puppies. I wouldn't use Linux and say it's the most secure. Yeah, there's so many fucking bullshit about Linux. It really took months to fix a single issue on Linux. All they said can't reproduce it all the time. Yeah, I got a Mac to get over with this, man. I'm thinking about getting a Mac. I stay neutral Linux, and I will criticize the Wi-Fi dongle. Yeah, the Wi-Fi is awful on Linux. I want to join the pain. I'll make a video saying fuck Linux. I give up on the Linux desktop, Windows and Mac. Yeah, just go nuts, man. What I like about Windows is that it gives you the general driver so you can use it for the first time. And once you're online, you can actually get the necessary driver. I like that also. Turn comments off will actually hurt your channel. YouTube penalize you if you turn off the comments. And here's the thing. I should not have to fucking turn off my comments on a YouTube channel. Like, come on, for fuck's sake. We're talking about a meaningless operating system. I know now people will get angry at me, but yeah, it's just an operating system. Nobody gives a fuck about Linux or Windows or Mac. Like, it don't mean anything. Linux is far from plug and play like Windows. Yeah, true that. Everything good with Linux and all things you mentioned should be bugs. Yeah, I try to be positive about Linux, and then you still get fucking people. Oh, you're showing it off on this distribution, or why are you talking about Ubuntu? Don't you know Ubuntu is Microsoft of Linux? Like, I just want to scream in people's head, like, are you never satisfied? I feel Linux users are the kind of people that you can make the perfect meal to, give them the best sex they ever had in their life, and they will still find fucking ways of complaining and moaning about it. What I like about Windows is it's heading more to cloud focus. So is Linux, to be honest. Giving out free YouTube content, creator game. What do you mean, Paul? DS? I don't think I get that one. Oh, I can talk. If you're thinking about the behind the scenes of YouTube, I've been doing it for over 10 years now and helped a lot of people with YouTube. Way more successful people than me, so. If you want to know a lot of things about the back ends of YouTube, I'm glad to talk about them. Microsoft isn't even a terrible privacy offender, if that's what they can. No, that's true. Let's bitch and moan about Microsoft being telemetry driven and you don't own your operating system and you know, they are taking your data and your privacy and stuff like that. But let's be okay with Valve doing Steam under Linux that takes way more fucking privacy, way more data, and you don't own a single fucking game on Steam. But because they gave us Proton, that's okay. Yeah, don't use... Yeah, exactly, Mohammed. I 1000% agree with you. Like, I responded to that Michael Horn, or what his name is, that German YouTuber that did that gaming under Linux thing, or whatever the fuck it is, or that you guys posted it in my Discord about Linux he made, where he talked about Proton and stuff like that. I'm like, you just bitched and moaned about Windows, and Valve is doing way more bad thing to you as a consumer. But then they were like, oh yeah, but they are the least amount of anti-consumer. They are more anti-corporate people than consumer. The amount of mental gymnastics they do to make an argument makes flat earthers look like fucking children, like toddlers. Like flat earthers, they did an experiment to prove the earth was flat that then turned out to prove that the earth is round. And they still managed to fucking mind bend a way into to like, yeah, okay, that's to prove that this exercise is wrong, and you know, all the excuses in the book to make them look right. That's how it is to talk to Linux users. You can have a concrete evidence about something about Linux, and they still don't fucking believe it. So when I find statistics about Linux, oh, you're just using random websites on the internet with no real data behind it, we don't know how they are collecting the data, then DistroTube is doing the exact same fucking thing, using the same fucking sites to prove that Linux is popular or something like that. His data is correct, my data is wrong. For using the same fucking sites. I just read the whole article instead of just the you know, the bits that I want to know about. Oh, God, man. Windows and Samsung is like Apple and iPhone. Yeah, I will agree with that. People complaining about Windows telemetry doesn't seem to understand that you can disable. Yeah, so here's the thing. Another thing about Linux people talking about Windows being bad. Most Linux users have no fucking idea how to run, administrate, and tinker with Windows. Most of the problems I see Linux people have running Windows is because they go in and fuck with things they have no understanding about. They think they understand Linux, they think they know how Windows, sorry. They think they understand Windows, they think they know how Windows works, but yet they don't. And then they blame Windows for them not knowing what the fuck they are doing. Oh, let's run this third-party script that I have no fucking idea what it's doing, and are doing more harm in the back end than it's like. Let's deploy Windows. Do you know what the fuck it's taking out? Do you really know what services it's disabling? No. Do you know what that service really actually is doing? Oh, it's actually a really, really important integrated part of the operating system that you should not be stopping. Well, maybe that's why your fucking system is crashing all the time, you fucking idiot. Yeah, I'm getting really angry right now. yeah, it's all about ego. Yeah. I use OpenSUSE Atomically since October 2020 before I used my Java for 3 years. I do like Bday, but with Windows I never had 1% of the problem that Linux causes me. I also use Windows with open source programs and it's a paradise. Yeah, I do the same. But I like to toast the brain with Linux. Yeah. Linux makes simple things complicating. Yeah. That's the other thing about the terminal. If the terminal was the best tool to do something, why is it that all of the most popular operating systems in the world are not using a terminal? Android, Chrome OS, iOS, iPad OS, Mac OS, and Windows have all moved away from the terminal. If the terminal was the best tool, everyone would be using it. It's only the best tool for system administrator. Not everyone is a fucking system administrator. Before you tinker with a goddamn operating system, I should do exactly, Jan. Exactly, and that's the fucking issue. People are willing enough to learn how Linux work, to go and tinker with Linux. Here, go into, the etc folder and understanding the layout of the file system and stuff like that. But they think because Windows is easy to use, they don't have to do any research on how the operating system work. They just think that they are already superior human beings with a superior intellect because they're using Linux. If you don't know how the registry database work, if you don't know how the service management work under Windows, if you don't even understand how the kernel is doing resource management, don't talk about it. I don't talk much about macOS because I have little to any idea about what macOS is doing. So I kind of shut my mouth a little bit about macOS, okay? And they should do the same about Windows. True, I see Linux people using Windows for the first time in years and then complain how Windows is super hard. Say that, yeah, it's fucking, yeah. Windows ain't even the main product for Microsoft. No, it's the Microsoft server. It's Microsoft server, cloud infrastructure and stuff like that. Yeah, Windows being super hard, yeah. The only Windows telemetry plugger I use is ONOs. I use nothing. I just go into the control center and turn it off in there. And if it works, it works. If it don't work, yeah, it don't work. But then again, I use Google products. I have a Android phone. I have an Android tablet. I don't think disabling telemetry on my operating system is going to help my privacy that fucking much. Because what my operating system is not taking, all the other devices that I use is taking way more off. Well, the majority talks about 100% privacy, and I think it has been explained more than 100% privacy is impossible. But what about, say, 80% privacy? What to do? You can't... If you want anything over, let's say, 20% privacy, don't use the internet. Don't use any modern technologies. Don't have anything with a GPS module on it. Don't own a credit card. Don't own a car. Don't own anything that has anything to do with electronics. Then you can get close to probably 20% privacy. Or 80% privacy, sorry. So you're 20% not private. The second you use anything that is connected to the so-and-so grid, phones, credit cards, so on and so on and so on, you are already being tracked out the fucking living ass out of you. It's if you want to be a tech person, okay? You want to be a tech person. You want to do technology. And then also be massively private. Those are two things that don't coexist anymore. You can do it if you take your computer off the internet. You don't have a credit card. You don't have a car. In 2000, when I started to become a mechanic, We could take more telemetry out of your fucking car than you thought you were. We could see how fast you have been driving. If you had a satellite system in it, we could see where the fuck you were driving around. That was in 2000. What the fuck do you think they can do 20 years later? And that's just a fucking car. There is a reason why when you're watching, I've been watching a few videos about how to disappear from CIA agents, FBI agents, and NSA agents and stuff like that. And if you look at what they recommend you to do, it's basically living in a cabin in the middle of the woods with no traceable accommodations whatsoever. You can't be on the fucking power grid. If you want to be really, really private, you can do it if you're like paying someone. You're paying in cash. By the way, you have to use cash. So if you're paying someone in cash to rent a room, yeah, then your name is not associated with a power bill and stuff like that. But if you buy a house and you have to be associated with a power grid, well, you need personal information. So basically, live in the middle of in the wood. No mobile devices whatsoever. And you can never own a credit card, debit card, anything like that. If you have to have a car, it has to be one of them without basically electronic control unit in them, ECU. And you cannot have a fucking GPS system either. So basically, you have to live like you did in the 80s. And before the 80s. Now we can talk about you being massively fucking secure. Yeah, I actually watched that video, Lamer. I actually have watched that video. DistroTube is... Yeah, Dave's Garage is a really, really good channel. Have you heard about Alex Silicon 2, the best CPU for laptops? Yeah, I love the M2. I'm a musician and I use it for music production, but native plugins for Linux are far from the quality. Yeah, of course. Yeah. I would definitely agree with that one. So I have to use Wine, Bridge, and now with Pipewire. Yeah, it's a mess, man. If you really want a deep-loaded Windows, simply get Windows. Yeah, you don't have to deep-load. What does deep-loading mean? I uninstall programs you don't like Spotify and Teams and Candy Crush and what is it called, Disney Plus and stuff like that. Like, do you really need to do you really have that small of a hard drive that you need to do that? Like, most of the things that comes pre-installed with Linux, when I install a Linux distribution, I on average delete about 3 to 5 gigabytes of pre-installed software on every fucking Linux distribution I install. I am still there. I'm just a little bit behind with the messages, Lamer. Uncle Ted style. Today, new Ubuntu official flavor won't allow to ship with Flatpaks pre-installed. The Ubuntu hating community decisions to make the rumor saying Ubuntu is bad. Yeah, fuck yeah, I hate it. 90% of Linux YouTubers try to show which stick is the prettiest. I love it. But they don't show anything productive and don't teach anyone anything new. Exactly. Calling Windows super hard is like saying 1 + 1 is 6. Yeah. I feel the whole deep-loading Windows thing is a bad argument. I will agree that Windows is a heavy hitter. It uses a lot of disk space with the programs they come pre-installed with. But so the fuck do Linux? Look at Ubuntu, like it's fucking a fat choppy guy. You know, when you install it. But that's the times that we live in. And never mind, some reason Edge muted my tab. Oh, really? Oh no, Linux is trying to shut you up. Yeah, fuck Linux. Only reason I picked up on Linux is because I had a bunch of old hardware. So yeah, I can definitely understand Linux on old hardware. I will definitely agree with that. Oh, I think it's because, Lama, it's because Edge have that auto-sleep function. And maybe Linux don't like auto-sleep function in its software. A lot of stuff is just easily uninstallable on Windows. Yeah, just go into your app manager and uninstall the programs you don't need. Just like I said, I uninstall on typically 3 to 5 gigabytes of software on every Linux distribution I install. But you don't hear me bitch and moan about how bloated Linux is. It's just, I don't like Firefox, Thunderbird, but a lot of people do. Like the work that I'm at right now, everyone there use Teams, Microsoft Teams. Even privately, at home, they use Microsoft Teams. Apparently, it's a really good fucking program. NSA at work, yep. Vivaldi is actually a good system. I do like Edge. Edge is one... I got the... I got in on the... I actually really, really love Edge. I've been using Edge instead of Vivaldi as my second browser for like 6 months. And I got in... I got approved to be part of the team, or the... Not the team. The people that can use the AI chatbot. And if you go onto my Discord, I managed to piss off the chatbot within like 2 minutes. It did not want to talk to me after 2 minutes. Because I pissed off the AI bot. Also, Linux users complain about RAM users on Windows. Well, Windows... Yeah, again, virtual boss boost. They don't understand how the Windows kernel is handling excess memory. So they are talking out of their ass. And it's really, really fucking frustrating. And I think there is some stuff on Windows that ain't even installed anymore. And instead it's just, it's kind of like what some Linux distributions do, where they have like a link to installing the program if you click on it. Still streaming his desktop at 60 FPS, serving a static image to no actual benefit other than wasting bandwidth. Yes, I googled it because last time you told me to. You're still wasting bandwidth, sir. Okay, so how am I wasting bandwidth? I have the bandwidth. I'm not wasting... And why do I have this screen here? It's not a static image, it's my desktop. So in case someone is like, go look at this, I can look at this. You know, have you seen this video? Have you read this article? So I can go in and do that. I am not wasting bandwidth. It would be wasting bandwidth if my upload could not handle it. It's the most stupid fucking thing I have ever heard, to be honest. You cannot waste bandwidth. And if I'm not mistaken, YouTube allows you to downgrade the resolution on the stream, so you can use less bandwidth on your end if that's what you want. Like the amount of like I'm really sorry, but I'm fucking... I don't get it. Right now I'm using 8 gigabyte, or not 8 gigabyte, 8 megabyte upload bandwidth. 8. I can upload 50 megabytes per second. Okay? And I'm using 8 megabytes per second. The only thing I'm wasting bandwidth on here is actually responding to that fucking comment. So I'm going to go on with the thing here. When I started to Curiosity pick Edge, I fell in love with it. Edge is actually fucking really good, man. I want to try and install Linux with no DE and then install just OpenBox. That's actually a really good idea, Vector. Do that. That's actually a really fun thing to do. But Edge is more, it's about to be Vivaldi in the instances. Yeah, they're doing all kind of crazy things. They had to limit Bing AI since it had a meltdown. Hey, you're not grown up enough to be here, so we are now dumbing you down. Yeah, something like this, but yeah, just right click and remove it. Yeah. Even AI get pissed at. Yeah, I piss off everyone. So, some platforms have 60 FPS by default. Like, I didn't know that the TV had that. Someone on Reddit asked Bing AI to find a torrent. Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Wouldn't it be waste of bandwidth if you are not using all the bandwidth? Oh, low spec. Yeah, unused memory is wasted memory. A viewer can simply use a different resolution. Yep, there are no servers for these streams. No. The users share the bandwidth. Yeah, you can lower it down to 480p, 30 frames per second. Yeah. And still, its server use 60 FPS, and they ask to use FPS by default. Not megabyte. You upload 8 megabits. Or no, kilobits. Actually, it's 8,143 kilobits per second that I'm uploading. That's what I'm uploading. 8,200 kilobits per second. Then you can do the conversion instead. I use Edge on Linux. Oops, did I say that? I actually did that also. 5BOS. I don't know. Hey, Benjamin. Linux FBI is coming. Hey, Levent. Linux is exotic, toxic religion for the enlightened few. Where will I use them? But of course, it's pretty old, hard, blah, blah, blah. So no, this dog is suck for its wasted bandwidth, wasted RAM, wasted CPU. Linux users have the secrecy mindset, uses your resource. Yeah, I have no fucking idea where this is coming from. Like, let's look at it in another viewpoint, okay? I have been streaming probably for over 2 years on YouTube, on and off, with this setting here. I have had like under 1% of my viewers have issues with watching my stream. And when they had issues, it was either because my internet upload was fucking up because my ISP fucked up, or I was about to say Windows, or YouTube had fucked something up in the backend. Like sometimes YouTube dropped the service in the backend. Right now it says no data, and now it says excellent connection. Then it goes down to say no data once in a while. And when I'm looking at my, I have Ethernet, or what is it called? Task Manager running where I can check my Ethernet to see if my connection is dropping in and out. Yeah. Not at all. And I've been streaming for 10 years on and off almost on Twitch with the same fucking thing. And I'm looking, while I'm talking to you guys, I always have Task Manager open to look, is my CPU getting overrun? Is my Ethernet jumping out? Is my GPU jumping out and doing crazy shit? Is my encoder software having issues? All of that I'm looking at in real time while looking at the chat. No issues whatsoever. Oh, God. Your channel, DJ Ware channel, are the most interesting. Oh, thanks so much. Yeah, DJ Ware is a fucking amazing dude, man. I love DJ Ware. I don't understand the logic here. 8 megabytes is 8,000 kilobytes. It's a simple conversion. Your argument here is pointless. In the meantime, I have to watch on the... Fuck. So that's your issue. That's not my issue. That's you have crappy internet. That's you that have crappy internet and not me. If everyone else can watch the stream set to satisfaction with the settings I have. By the way, it's the recommended fucking YouTube settings, if I'm not mistaken here. That's mean you, Mr. Lee, Joshua Lee, is the one that have issues, not me, not everyone else. If everyone else were having issues just like you have, then it's on YouTube or me. But it looks like you're the only one having issues. Then it's you that's the problem. Okay? You are the problem, not us, not me. Get that into your fucking head. Or are you a Karen where it's everyone else's fault? I think most Linux users should be more concerned about deploying themselves. Is that a good way of saying that all tech people are fat? If you have the resources, CPU, GPU accelerating encoding, then you have to use them. I use NVIDIA InSync to encode. I think that's what it's called, right? NVIDIA InSync. That's what I'm using. So I'm using Streamlabs as the capturing software. And that is using the same settings as I'm recording my video. Not the same settings, but the same encoders as I'm using anywhere else. And then I use the YouTube recommendations. I think I can tell you what my settings are here on my software, if I'm not mistaken here. Yeah, so I'm using NVIDIA NVENC H.264, constant bit rate of 8000 bits, 2 keyframes, set it to quality preset, and profile is high. I am using Psycho? Psycho virtual tuning. And what GPU I'm using, and max B frames is the recommended tool. All of this, if I'm not mistaken, is all recommended settings for doing it on YouTube. From both Streamlabs and for... Just, I don't want to fucking deal with your fucking ignorance anymore. Can I time you out or something? Yeah, here. Go over in the corner and fucking deal with yourself. You're irritating the living shit out of me right now. Makes no fucking sense. It don't matter how much I'm uploading. If you're the only one having an issue, you're the problem, not us. It's your ISP you have to talk to. Okay? Go talk to your ISP. You are the one that have that's the problem. Not me, not YouTube, not everyone else. Don't give in, Cody. Don't give in. What is Cody going to do? Oh, hey, Warren. How are you, man? I'm going to reinstall Windows back on my Surface. Yeah, I don't know why you're not going to... Yeah, Surfaces should be running Windows. I'm watching this stream in 1080p, 60 FPS without any... Yeah. So I'm wondering if they just stop Windows 11 Pro and not use the written OS and upgrade. Bear down. Horses. Stands Cody. Yeah, I'm watching it. Yeah. There's no pro... Yeah, I know. Yeah, especially the arts people, yeah. Yeah, GPU is better for encode. It depends, because if you're playing a game and your GPU is overworked, it's actually better to use CPU encoding. You get I've done a shit ton of research when I was game streaming on Twitch, and if your CPU is running at like 90+%, it's actually better to use CPU encoding. It will give you more stable frames. You should be a mod. Oh well, now you are a moderator. Oh, it's your old account that's a moderator. That's right. If he has a problem, then someone is using his... Yeah, maybe it's his wife watching fucking his friend's big dick because he can't fucking satisfy him or something like that. Yeah, I'm going, Anton. I'm going to be a little bit, what is it called? Asmongold like right at the moment, because I like his approach. It's his fucking stream. And if you're just here to stir up shit and be argumentative and stuff like that, he bans you. And I kind of like that philosophy. Because I feel that every time that Joshua is in here, it's all about him bitching and moaning about something. And wants to play the smart fucking idiot. And I'm sorry, but he's fucking not smart. He's a fucking idiot with the things that he's saying. And I know I'm being really toxic right now. I'm really, really fucking sorry, but this is not the first stream that he's come in here and being a fucking toxic motherfucker because he thinks he's the smartest person and blaming everyone else for his own problems. That's the lowest fucking IQ solution if I've ever heard it before. But yeah, further on here, I wanted to see how Linux is on us. Yeah, again, I get why you're doing it, but I can also understand why services may not run Linux that well. Did you try Sorian? I don't like Sorian. I don't like for people to say things that are... No, I hate bullshitting. I have a really low tolerance for bullshitting. I just can't handle it. And sadly enough, that's a lot of the people that use Linux. They think they are fucking smart. And here's the thing, here's what I really love about Linux people. I've been called almost anything in the fucking book. I have been told that I have ADHD. No, I've been tested for it. I don't have it. I have been said that I have ADDD. Hey, guess what? I have on paper, I don't have that either. I have gone through rigorously fucking mental testing to figure out what the fuck is wrong with my head. Why, I got diagnosed with autism. So I've been through all the fucking tests that people say I have. Even a fucking IQ test, both from health institutes and the fucking army in Denmark have IQ tested me. I don't believe in IQ tests, that's why I don't talk about them. But yeah, I have a really good idea where my IQ range is in. And yeah, let's just leave it at that. I've been tested in every fucking way you can imagine. Because I wanted to be tested to figure out what was wrong with my head. So I could deal with it. I knew something was not right in my head, so I got tested. And I've been through all kind of fucking tests. So everyone that wants to play smart and tell me what's wrong with me, you have no fucking idea what you're talking about. Because I know exactly what's wrong with me. Exactly. I've been talking to psychiatrists, psychologists, and stuff like that for years to figure that out. So please, if anyone is listening right now that think they know what's wrong with me, you don't. You can think I'm stupid. You're willing to think that. And you're willing to say where my fucking intelligence lay. You're willing to do that. I personally think I am stupid. I know I'm stupid. But I also have numbers on how stupid I really am. So, yeah, please. This isn't a Gentoo stream. YouTube, why are you recommending this to me? I should do a Gentoo stream one day. I'm surprised my touchscreen works as well as it does on Linux. What kind of computer are you using, Vector? ARM is the future. Yeah, ARM is the future. I've been testing in every single way. Yeah, just like can't. Oh my god, have you guys... Have you watched this fucking... Have you watched this? This interview is the funniest fucking shit that you can, like... What the fuck went wrong with Kanye West? Like, please explain it to me. I have heard people's... I've never watched any interview with him because I don't care about him whatsoever. I like his music, some of his music, but I don't give a fuck about him as a person. And then, I think it was... This week, I watched most of this interview here. What the fuck happened to that person? Did he get hit in the head with something? Or, like, there's clearly something wrong with him. Like, something mentally wrong with him. What happened? I download... Also, you're also watching this stream while downloading. Oh my god. The only thing wrong with you is that you never took me out for ice cream. I will take you out for ice cream one day then. We can all meet up and go out for take an ice cream. Or get an ice cream. Why you look like some sort of bank robber? I hate ARM devices. Trying to support them has been nothing but a pain. Yeah, I don't know. 10 leads. I don't know, man. Touching Linux is good, but some reason with Plasma, if you tap and hold the desktop, it right clicks. Oh, he was trolling in that interview. Yeah, I don't know, DS. Because so here's how here's my thinking with Kanye West is that he's no doubt a fucking intelligent person. Like he is smart. But there is a really slim line between really smart and becoming a mental nutcase. Like you start to know so much and understand so much about everything that you become a nutcase. That's where I'm leaning a little bit over to. That's what's happening to him. That he's just gone crazy. He had a mental breakdown or something like that. Or he's trolling, like you were saying. Like, he is massively trolling the internet. Like, massively trolling the internet. Or the third one is that this is how he really is. I'm leaning toward, or let me say it like this. I hope it's the first two. I hope it's the first two. That he is so smart that he had a mental breakdown at some point. Or had a mental breakdown. Or he's trolling the internet. That's what I'm hoping. But there is still a really good chance that this is just who he's always been. But now, because he's rich and famous, he can be who he really is. So yeah, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what to think about him. When I watched that interview, I was both afraid and I couldn't stop laughing. And I was like, he has to be trolling us. Yeah, eccentric. Yeah, I don't think this is eccentric. He's certified bipolar. I know a lot of bipolar people. And I know a lot of high IQ bipolar people. And they are not like him. Bipolar don't mean that you end up like Kanye. It's typically people that have a mental breakdown that end up the way Kanye ended up. Or are really highly narcissistic. I think the only thing is going to stop me is not having a VMware on the... A VMware is actually good. What's the S mode? That's basically you can only do Windows certified programs. Has more than... Yeah, I think he has more than bipolar going on for sure, yeah. Oh, Ye, yeah, Ye is his name, but yeah, I just call him Kanye. I know Ye is his name. But I think that's trolling also. I hope he's trolling. Because if he really believes the shit that he's saying, it's a little bit like... Yeah. Oh, have they got any new products, by the way? Good old 511 here. I love 511. What the fuck is this? This is a gym bag. This is ugly as fuck. Like the last 8 years, 511 has kinda gone down the hill with their bag. Oh, this is pretty. Yeah, that back design. I bought this back, by the way. I have this back here. And I already want a new one. I think I'm a little bit of a back whore. Yeah, I think I'm a back whore. Maybe I have a problem with backpacks. Oh, I like this scarf. I like their wallet. Maybe I should get their wallet. Ooh, I could so use this for my keys. Oh, this would be so amazing. It's been a while since I used Windows. Get on with it. Use Windows. Windows is the best. If I can't, I will just buy Windows Pro license and wipe. How much are you willing to pay for a Pro license? And you can use the Windows Pro Professional. Oh, this is in Denmark. We can't use that. This is also Denmark. There's no gray market. And here's the thing, Lamer. Lamer, DM me right now and say Windows Pro key. And a brother can maybe help you out if you get what I'm saying. Wink, 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 wink. I may or may not have Windows 7 Pro keys laying around. That I may and may not are using myself in a virtual machine that's running Windows 11 Pro. I may or may not have access to that thing. Wink, 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 wink. I'm not saying that I have. I'm just talking, maybes here. No, you can buy legally keys from other sites. That's a misnomer, lead. Microsoft know that they are out there. Microsoft know that OEMs is, or other people are selling OEM keys. They're not, it's a gray area, okay? Windows knows there. Here's another thing. He can just install Windows Pro, call in and get it activated over the phone. For free. Just say it's an upgrade. Windows know about that. Windows just don't give a fuck about it. You get what I'm coming at here? No, but if you want Windows 10 to work, Lamer, Windows 11, sorry, Pro to work, hit me up on Discord, DM me, and I will help you out. I will give you a concrete, easy way of getting Windows Pro for real and legally on your device. If any of you out there have a Pro key laying around from any version of Windows 7 and up, you can use that on Windows 10 and 11, by the way. So if you have an old Windows 7 computer where the key is behind it, or you have like a Windows 8 Pro, whatever, laying around, you can use it. Most tech channels that you see are doing those exact same thing. The way that I get access to Windows keys and stuff like that is ways I've been told and taught in videos by Paul's Hardware, Jay's 2 Cents, Bitwit, and channels like that. They are the ones I get the information from. Just putting it out there, by the way. No one ever said anything about selling. No. I'm not selling anything. He don't have to pay. The only thing I require is that Lamer goes and preach more about Linux if I'm helping him out. And he's finally telling Becky how he really feels. He has to DM Becky and tell her how he really feels about how amazing of a person she is. You can get a Windows 7 Pro key for MMORPG for 4 euros, about 4 euros. 10 for 11, 12 euros. Let's just round it up. Yeah, that's not that expensive. Oh, you're still here, Becky. I thought you didn't heard that. I'm willing to divorce my Discord wife so Lama can truly tell her how he feels. But I'm trying to find some reason I can't upgrade from S from the version. To me, I don't really need Pro, but it's not bad to have. Again, Lama, hit me up if you need help with it. Hit me up. I am actually thinking about either I upgrade my computer or I buy a Macintosh. So if I am upgrading my computer, I am going to reinstall Windows 11 because I want an NVMe. I don't have that right now, so I want an NVMe, and then I'm going to install Windows 11 Pro on it. So that's the first time in 7 years. I don't agree to a divorce. Then just pretend that I got into an accident, or you think I'm like dead in a really hard battle with Linux users, and they captured me, and I'm presumed dead. So Lama is comforting you till I come home on Discord. He's like my placeholder then. Oh man, I thought I'm getting or not getting a Pro license because it's part of the membership. Oh, a MacBook Air. Yeah. Oh, you still need a key? Oh, fuck. This is a tech channel. It's not just Linux. It's everything you want to talk about. Yeah, but I've been running. I know that, Gil, by the beats. I know that, but like I said, I've been using this install for 7 years. Like, this install is 7 years old, and I kind of want to start over, you know? And I could update this version to Windows Pro, but I kind of just want to start fresh. You get what I'm saying here? But if you look at my header, it says, well, Kent's Tech World, it's in the name. But we do talk a lot about Linux. But we talk about any tech-related issue. And non-tech-related stuff also. I do talk a lot about Linux, but it's not exclusively a Linux channel. It's just what we talk the most about. Well, that's going to change in the future because I'm fed up with the Linux community. So, yeah. It's the but if you look at my content, I talk about Linux and Windows and BSD and Mac OS. I've talked about Haiku. I just recorded a video about OS2. I talk about a lot of things. So yeah, if the content speaks, look at the content before you say stuff like that. Then I guess. I don't want to start fresh with my Windows install. I'm trying to keep a streak going. Yeah. Oh, you're about 50. Yeah, but yeah, like I said, we talk about everything in here. So here's how my live. You should look at my live streams as we are all going to the pub, having a beer, and talking about whatever. That's what these live streams are. My live stream is just people hanging out, talking about whatever. And having a quote-unquote beer. My video content is anything tech-related, just mostly Linux. But in general, I tend to do a mixture between Linux and Windows most weeks. Some weeks it's heavily Linux, some weeks it's heavily Windows. But on average, it's a mix between Windows and Linux. And sometimes I throw in other operating systems, or I showcase software from Windows or software from Linux, and you know, all of these kind of things. It started out as a Linux-only channel, but I quickly moved away from that because I don't want to be locked into one type of content. I hope that makes sense. You don't need to reinstall to upgrade to home, or home to pro. No, but sometimes you just want... Yeah, MorphOS is actually really interesting. I just don't have a power PC laying around, sadly enough. Maybe I will buy one at some point and try it out. Now it's time for the real test using crossover and install Office for Windows. Or for Linux, yeah. Beer, coffee, cider, homemade. Yeah, whatever. It's just a hangout place. Yeah, Morpho. So I've been looking into Sky OS. I've been looking into Minute OS, Calibri OS. What the fuck? OS 2, like I said, I'm going to make a video talking about OS 2 probably next week. And yeah, I am going. Like I said, I want to move away from more and more Linux. Because the Linux community is just... I can't fucking deal with those. I don't have the patience for them anymore. It was laggy. Oh. This will be interesting. It runs on ancient computer. Yeah. MorphOS is actually really interesting. Dan Woods or Watts or what his name is have made a couple of videos about it. Dan Wood here. Oh, puppies. I want puppies. I'm part of the cult. No, I'm not. They don't want me. I smell. But yeah, yeah, MJD also made a video about it. That's right, yeah. Do I have crossover copy paste? Oh, I have. There's the video. Nice, VMware workstation. I love you fucking little sexy butthole. Well, Lamer, you're not talking much about the Linux cult anymore. You've been really quiet. What's going on with you, man? Becky sits every morning to get her dose of Lamer preaching the Linux gospel. Like her womanhood is in need of it every morning. Like she's sitting there all fucking ready to get the, you know, the Lamer preaching dose. So I am not trying to interact with the Linux community. The Linux community is interacting with me. And like I explained before, when you are having a YouTube channel, you have to moderate your comments. And for someone like me that can't afford and don't trust people to moderate my comments without me knowing what the fuck they are doing, I have to look at the comments even though I don't respond to them. And there have been more than one person hunting me down on Twitter, Discord, and Instagrams, you know, and stuff, and places like that, to being toxic. So it's not like I have a choice. It's like saying, oh, why don't you just ignore the person yelling in your face every time you open the door? And you do that until you have to leave the door and he's following you around and yelling at your face. At some point, you just can't ignore them anymore. Also make exotic statement about anything with little no blowback. Yeah, so here's the thing. I don't... How can I explain this in a better way? The problem is that... How the fuck can I say this in a way that is relatable? So I've been using Linux for 25 years. For 25 years. Probably longer than you've been alive. Or most people have been alive. And what I say is backed up by facts. It's backed up by statements I've gotten from users for over 25 years. And that's what the community don't like. Your channel does look like another React channel where you put no effort into the content, claim fair use whenever someone... Okay, so my reaction videos, they are on average 3 times longer than the video I'm reacting to. How is that taking someone else's content and claiming fair use when I am expanding with facts, knowledge, and information that makes the video 3 times longer? I have reacted to a 5 minutes video for 50 minutes at one point. Because I had to go down and find data where they were wrong. So my Quiz Titus Tech videos, all of them were made because I was fact-checking everything he said. The same if you were watching my DistroTube videos, they were also made as fact-checking videos. Yeah, I know that then I'm inviting it. No, I'm not inviting it. If you say something about Linux that is wrong and I'm correcting it, is that inviting toxicity? And no one is calling me out on my videos. So what you are saying, let's debug how fucking low effort your little comment is here. To be fair, your channel does look like another React channel. So, everyone, this is going to be a rant and this is going to be fun. My channel looks like another React channel. I do 1 React video a week. That means 1 out of every 4th video. I do 4 videos a week. 1 of those is a React video. So that means a 1/4 of my content is reaction videos. Where you put no effort into the content and claim fair use. So, again, like I said, my videos is at least twice as long on average, if not 3-4 times longer than the video that I react to, meaning that I put a lot of effort into giving my viewpoint, my experience, fact-checking, put on facts into the video. When someone is saying something I don't agree with, or if I have other facts about it, I show that on the video. Oh, I need to please use. Whenever someone will call you out on it, they are not calling me out. I've never heard anyone. Well, I have heard a really few select people calling me out on it being no effort, but they have not watched the videos. Everyone just look at the word react and they think, okay, that's just someone watching a video with doing no reaction whatsoever, other than being like, oh, ha, ha. That's not what I do. I spend a lot of time either adding to the conversation with further information or correcting the information in said videos with data proving points, showing screenshots, talking about experiences and so on and so on. So the few and luckily enough, only a really select few people have said that there's no effort into my React video. Because clearly, if my videos is on average double the length than the original video, that means that I must be putting some fucking effort into it. I'm not just sitting and masturbating in front of the television or the webcam. Thus, you kinda invite it. So I am inviting the toxic community for reacting to someone spreading misinformation or not correct information about Linux. Or me giving further data and explanation about Linux. That's inviting toxicity. Yeah. Okay. That makes no fucking sense. No fucking sense. It makes no sense. That whole statement that you just make up here. I triggered him. No, you're not. So I'm not triggered. I'm just explaining. So here's the thing. People using the trigger word every time they're getting told something they don't like. That's it. That's the problem with the Linux community. I'm not angry. I'm passionate about what I'm saying. But I'm not angry. Honestly, I don't give a fuck about what you think. I'm just trying to explain myself. Because you are making a statement, and I'm trying to explain to everyone else in here why that statement is wrong, so they don't automatically just believe you if I'm not rebuttaling it, or if I'm not reacting to it. So if you're making a crazy statement, I know who you are now. You're a fucking massive troll. I've dealt with you before. There is no base in what you're saying because you have no idea what you're talking about, so to speak. Yeah, he's I know who he is. I've seen his YouTube channel. He's one of those pseudo-intellectual guys that think he's fucking smart, and when it comes down to it, a vacuum cleaner is more fucking intelligent than he has. But yeah, again. Having to read the Linux community for free? I don't think so. Take care. No, I know who you are. I've been dealing with you before. I saw. Now that I'm looking at your avatar. That's the word I'm looking for. I had a brain fart there. If I'm not mistaken, you used to work in a radio station or something like that. If that makes any if that rings a bell. Mabel Anderson, as a new Linux user, I'm catching up. I'm catching up, getting high on the free software philosophy and Richard Stallman shit. I get your channel as a fresh air, but I still enjoy being high. Any cure? No. The reason why I'm calling you a troll is because you have tried to stir shit. Yeah, you worked in a radio station. With a radio. Right, with a radio station. Yeah. So you have come in here before, long time ago, last year at some point, and just tried to stir up shit. Just for the sake of stirring up shit. And you can expand on your statement as much as you want. From my past interacting with you, you're one of those kind of people I just don't fucking want to deal with. I'm sorry. But from the last time you and I talked together, it was... You just wanted to be the smartest person in the room. And let me tell you, everyone in here is smarter than you. Not me, but everyone else in here is smarter than you. So clarify what you want to say. Cool, I'm cool with that. Explain yourself. But I'm not going to deal with you anymore. Vector is highly more intelligent than you are. At least he's working on a PhD or something like that. In psychology or what, correct me if I'm wrong here. Doctorate or something like that. So yeah, the Richard Stallman cult, yeah, the TNU and the Free Software Foundation is kinda a religious cult. There are a lot of aspects to it in here, yeah. They are talking a lot like this whole... Hey, PC. You are a Free Software Foundation member. It is a cult. So, the Free Software Foundation, TNU, don't give a fuck about computing. They don't give a fuck about code. They use it as a political tool. That's what they care about. Why the fuck are Benjamin Franklin, he's a politician. People, the GNU people and the free software people, they should have been politicians, but they're too fucking small dick chicken shit to go into politics. So they are trying to do politics with software. I have no fucking idea how that's ever going to work. And I don't think that's ever going to work, but they think it could. You also have to remember, Linus and the open source movement is not the same as Richard Stallman and the GNU Free Software Foundation. They don't really specifically like each other, but they are benefiting from each other existing. So you have to draw a line in the sand and say, when you're talking GNU, the Free Software Foundation, you're talking about one specific thing. Software as a religion, as a political vessel. If you're talking about Linux, Linus and Linux, they are talking about the practical side of operating system technology. They don't care so much about the philosophies, the ethos, the politics, we should all be sitting around the campfire and all circle jerking into the biscuit and eat a part of the biscuit, everyone, and stuff like that. The open source in what is called interactive, inactive, or organization, whatever the fuck it's called, and Linus Torvalds, they just want to get shit done. The GNU people and the Free Software Foundation, they want to sit and talk politics. And I don't just get this out of my ass. There is a guy here. That have worked with GNU and been a core member of Ubuntu at some point, that explains a lot about what the Free Software Foundation is and how they like to talk politics and not get shit done and blah 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 blah. I don't agree with everything he says in this video. I don't believe in cancel culture, but what he says, a lot of the things about the Free Software Foundation and GNU is not wrong. Richard Stallman, I think even this fucking interview here, when he starts out and go on to the stage, he say, this is not a tech talk. This is a political talk. So if you are aligning yourself with the GNU and Free Software Foundation, you are aligning yourself to basically a political party, a political philosophy, a political ethos. Where if you are aligning yourself with open source and Linux, it's like saying Microsoft. You're talking about. I can link the video for you here in a bit, Mabel. Linus and the open source movement, they just want to get stuff done. They don't want all this political thingy-madooski and all that shit. They just want to work on an operating system. They want to get shit done. They want to, enrich people's life with the software that they're using. The way I look at it, open source movement and Linus, they want to work with people. Richard Stallman and the TNU and the Free Software Foundation, they want everyone to do what they are doing. They don't want to work with people, but they want people to do what they say they should be doing. So either you do what we say or you get the fuck out of here. To me, that's a dictatorship. The End Commander video here, why Richard Stallman. But yeah, I don't agree with everything he says in this video, but him have worked with the GNU and Free Software Foundation before and done a lot of stuff with open source and Ubuntu in the past. He gives you a really good insight into how it is to work with the Richard Stallman and GNU and Free Software Foundation. So I don't believe in this notion that Richard Stallman should not be allowed to go back to the Free Software Foundation and he should not have anything to do with it because he did some bad things in the past. That aspect of it I don't believe in. Let me let me put that clear. I don't believe that we should cancel people for something they did in the past. I still think that Richard Stallman is a bad person, but I don't believe in the fact that he should not be able to have a job. Like, that's where I disagree a little bit. Sorry. Linux that just does Linux things, yeah. Why is it being a political talk with tech? Because Richard Stallman, yeah, so here's the thought set with Richard Stallman. He thinks that he can change society with software. So he thinks he can change the social aspects of life, society, and the political landscape with open source code, basically, with the GPL. Which, that's just... I can't see how that spreads out further than to developers. Like, okay, what is the Free Software Foundation's view on property, taxes, crime, housing problems, issues, watering issues, infrastructure issues with road infrastructure, transportation infrastructure? That's politics. Oh, Richard Stallman is not a good person. There's so many interviews where he has threatened to walk out of the interview because someone asked him a question he didn't fucking like. Okay? And if they're catching him in saying bad shit, crazy shit, or something that is wrong and they're trying to correct him, he gets highly offensive, or defensive, sorry, and act like a spoiled child and want to walk out. Not to talk about that there are a lot of rumors about him being really highly fucking sexist towards women. Which, if that's true, that's not a really good thing. Yeah. I'm not saying Richard Stallman is stupid. The GNU have made a lot of great and amazing pieces of software. Okay? They have made a lot of great and amazing pieces of software. I just don't like Richard Stallman as a human. And I don't agree that software can change society. They can change a part of society called developers. But that's as far as it stretches. It can have an influence into the development world. Oh, Richard Stallman has not coded for decades, man. I would agree with It's Your PC. I think Richard Stallman has done more harm to the open source software than any other individual in the world. But Richard Stallman don't like the term open source. He don't like the term open source. He see open source as being the enemy of the Free Software Foundation and GNU. Because open source is going against a lot of the principles that the Free Software Foundation have. I can't remember the fuck he says it here somewhere in one of these. I think it's even. Could it be in the GPL that he's talking about it? It's in here somewhere. It's in here somewhere. I don't want to sit and spend the whole stream hunting it down. Oh, he's more than weird, man. He's more than weird. Yeah, go, Anderson. Go have an amazing shopping spree. Buy some good shit, man. Buy something nice for yourself. A candy bar or something that makes you happy. So Richard Stallman is one of those people that, had he not had software in his life, he could easily have been a radical extremist religious person. Had Richard Stallman grown up in Afghanistan or something like that, he could probably have been an ISIS member. You don't. How do you have more power over Linux than you have over Windows? You can customize it more, yeah. You can see the source code, yeah. But I can do the same fucking shit with Windows as I can do with Linux, besides customizing it and seeing the source code. Unless you are actively altering the source code of the Linux kernel and this free software foundation, or the free, so let me try again, of the software that you're using, you don't have any more power than you have under Windows. It's an illusion. It's one of those buzzwords that people like to use. That's what you do. Well, congratulations. I can alter Windows fucking shit ton. I can customize Windows a shit ton. Almost for a living. Okay. Well, I do this for a living. So, well, not YouTube, but I do infrastructure and stuff like that as a living. So, yeah. I will agree. GPL version 3 is a massive fucking step backward, yeah. Welcome back, Lamer. The only customization thing I have on Linux outside of a wallpaper is using Start 11 as a start menu. Yeah, most people don't do that shit. So another thing that I like to throw in people's head, because I see a lot of people, you know, I'm stupid and I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about and shit like that. Well, newsflash, this channel, what I'm talking about right now, right here, have landed me a fucking job. Okay? I got hired at a job because of what I'm doing on the internet. Or it's part of the reason why I got the job. I was working with a headhunting agency or something like that. It's an agency where you can go in and you can, if you're looking for a new job, you can say, this is my qualifications, this is what I do. Can you help me find a good fit for my, you know, abilities? And we were talking about YouTube because said person I was talking about, they want to start a podcast. So I showed them what I do on YouTube and how I could help them starting a podcast and stuff like that. And when he saw what I did on YouTube, that changed the companies he was talking to about getting me a job or helping me land a job from being one thing to another thing. So it's a little bit of a fuck you to all the people that bitch and moan about me, this channel here. So yeah. How often do you guys update your phone or laptop? So I update my phone every 2 years. I get a new phone about every 2 years. Every 2 years. That's my phone. My PC, I upgrade that every time it's starting to need an upgrade. So it depends on what my needs are, of course. I literally got my first job because of Data Drive Linux. Okay, what was your first job, Anderson? When my current one no longer. I used to be the same when the phone that I had stopped working correctly. But then I like 6 years ago or something like that, I started to get one every second year because I don't know. I just like and the reason why I do that is because normally I did iPhone, Android, and the last 4 years has been Android. So the next one I'm going to get is going to be an iPhone, and I do that to not be locked down into one ecosystem. Because and again, I know I'm crazy and I'm maybe stupid for thinking that, but if I'm only running Linux, or if I'm only running Windows, or if I'm only running Android, you get locked down into an ecosystem. You basically become a bitch to the ecosystem. So if you're only using Linux, you are a Linux bitch. You are, and you start to be close-minded. You start to not understand other people not running Android, the thing that you're only running. And especially if you're doing things in technology, and technology is your job, I honestly believe that it's your fucking, like, it's part of your job to understand other technologies. So, yesterday at work, I'm working with infrastructure, with Windows machines and Linux servers. But I had to help a fucking guy with his iPad. But had I never dealt with iOS before, I could not help him. So I feel that if you want to be a good IT person, you have to understand as many technologies within IT as possible. So that means that you have to understand Windows. You have to know how Windows work. You have to know how macOS work. You have to understand how Linux work. You have to understand how Android works. You have to understand how iOS work. You have to understand how iPad OS work. If you are an IT professional, you don't have to be an expert in them. You can be an expert in Linux, but you still have to understand how the other technologies work, because you probably are going to be using them at some point in your life, or help someone with it in a professional manner. Imagine being the tech guy at your job, the go-to nerd at your job, and then they come with you with a Windows machine. You're like, I have no fucking idea what this shit is. This is not Linux. What the fuck are you doing? Have you smoked crack? Can you not see the pigment suit I'm running around in here? How high are you right now? How dare you give me a fucking Windows laptop? I don't want to be that fucking guy. And this could go for, like, I'm a fucking Android guy, If you're a tech person, educate yourself in as much and as broad an aspect of technology as possible. It will only benefit you. It will benefit. Don't call it GNU Linux, just call it fucking Linux. It's infrastructure and support for real estate. Yeah, so I do infrastructure and projects. So project is developing machines and shit like that. Building Arduino machines and automation machines and stuff like that. It can be everything and it can be nothing. It depends on what my boss wants me to do. And then if there's like an infrastructure coding project that I can help out with, I do that. I'm not a developer down there. They have their own developer. But I work with him once in a while. We only have Windows machine. We have only Windows machine. Only servers are Linux, but my boss is a Linux fanboy. Oh, that's great. What's a new video by Mr. Host? The boss liver. What? I honestly, Mildis, I didn't understand your first comment there. Oh yeah, go get some lunch, man. I need to get my hands on a Raspberry Pi. I've only been working with Arduinos lately. I haven't been working with Raspberry Pis. Yeah, the biggest danger to you working, and this is not just working in IT, but in general, is that the less you are willing to expand your knowledge, your perspective, and what you are able to do, the less valuable you become. So if your job is, if you only can do one thing at your job, if you can only do one thing at your job, you are only valuable as long as that one thing is needed. And you're not even, unless it's like a really, really specific, highly, highly profitable area that you're good at or want to do, you're not even as valuable as someone that are willing and can do multiple things but are not an expert in it. Because they can get moved around between departments, they can do different kind of jobs, situations, they can do different kind of, well, they can do different shit at work. So imagine if I was employed, you guys, but you could only do Python. I needed a smart Python developer. And I hire you. Now that Python problem is done. We have it up and running. It's working perfectly. I can maintain it or someone else can maintain it. That do C#, but they understand a little bit of Python. And I go up to, let's say, Cody, can you do this? Nope, I'm a Python guy. I only code in Python. Okay, can you do this? Nope, no, I'm a Python guy. Well, then you're not valuable for me anymore. So have something you're really good at. Perfectly have a few things that you're really good at. But be willing to learn. Or be willing to know the basics of as many things as possible. So again, if I said to Lamer, I know you're a Python guy, but the C# guy could lend a hand, and Lamer said, yeah, I know a little bit about C#, but you know what? I'm willing to learn more C# so I can help him out. Lamer will still have a job. And again, that's why I hate this mentality also within the Linux community. I'm not going to support anyone or help anyone with their computers if they're running Windows. How stupid are you? Of course, like, that's the best way of not getting anyone to talk to you anymore. Or if you're not running Android, I'm not going to have anything to do with your phone. And that's the best way of isolating yourself. And being isolated is not a good thing from a job perspective. So here's what I'm coming at. Never say no. Okay? Say, I'm willing to learn. A big part of the job that I've done the last 2 months, I knew nothing about 3 months ago. I had no fucking idea how to do it, to be honest. But my boss is like, we want something like this. Can it be done and can you do it? Hey, let me spend a weekend learning how to do the basics and see if it can be done. Learning the basics, yes, it can be done. Let me spend a couple of weeks learning what I need to learn to get it done, and let's make this fucking thing. That's how you do it. You don't say, no, I'm a Linux guy. I'm a Windows guy. I'm a Python guy. That's the only thing I want to work with. You say to them, I have no idea how to do it, but I'm willing to learn. And the fact that you are willing to learn is so valuable for a boss, because it's easy to teach you that already are in the company a new skill than find someone else that's not in the company, that don't know the company culture, that don't understand or know the co-workers. You know, it's way easier to train someone that's already in the company, and it's way more profitable, and it's way faster than getting someone from the outside. And this is not just tech, it's carpenters, it's mechanics. I'm a Ford mechanic, but be willing to work on other. You get what the fuck I'm saying here. It goes with everything in life, at work. Don't become a one-trick pony. Or don't become someone that only wants to do one thing. Be willing to adapt and learn. Like, I'm 40 years old, for fuck's sake. I learned Arduino December last year. And I've made a product now in Arduino for a company. It's not working 100%, but we have a product up and running. If I can do it, I'm stupid as a doornail. If I can do it, you can do it. So don't become a one-trick pony, and don't become one of those obnoxious fucking millenniums. I'm in my contract it says I'm only here to fucking mop the floor. The more or the less willing you are to adapt to new circumstances, the easier it is to fire you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Elena, it drove me so fucking crazy, man. Yeah, but please, like, I really want you guys and girls to if there's anything I have ever said that I want you all to just say, yes, we will listen to this, it's this advice here. Be adaptable, be willing to learn, but explain to your boss, I don't know much about it, but I'm willing to learn it, and be willing to put in extra effort. Because if you do that, they are also willing to keep you. They're also willing to give you more fucking money in salary. If that's the case in a lot of instances. I've had plenty of jobs where I got in doing one thing, ended up doing another thing, and earning way more money than I did to begin with. Because I was willing to say, I'm willing to learn. I will spend an extra 2 or 3 hours a day at home to learn this thing. Like, I honestly, hand on heart, of any fucking thing I say, I really hope you guys and girls will take this to heart. Because I see too many people nowadays, they are like, I'm only doing this thing. I don't want to do the other things. Because this is not what's in my contract, or this is not what I know, and I've only learned this. And again, it's not just tech or IT, it goes with everything. I've seen it with mechanics, I've seen it with plumbers, I've seen it with electricians I've worked with, I've seen it with construction workers I've worked with, where they are not willing to go the extra mile and to adapt to a situation. And you know what? 9 out of 10 of them didn't have a job in the long run. The lesser knowledgeable, the lesser hardworking guy that was willing, or girl for that matter, that was willing to expand and learn, they had a job. So, old man advice here. I'm a coder, but haven't used Windows for nearly 5 years. Linux has taken a toll on me to the point that I find Windows is unusable, especially doing non-standard things. Yeah, there are some coding jobs where Linux, of course, is way better. No doubt about it. But if you are going to code C# and do Windows-related technologies coding for Windows, it makes sense to run Windows. And I have run Windows for over 30 years, Linux for over 25 years, and I have no problem running both systems. Raspberry Pis have gotten really fucking expensive. About being valuable for your job, learning Perl, and they never got rid of you. Well, Perl is not that in demand anymore. Yeah, go to chats, CGP. Yeah, the Linux podcast thing. Gen X superiority. I don't know what generation I am. I'm born in 1983, so I don't know what generation I'm part of. What are your thoughts on Debian Linux? The most lightweight desktop environment you can run is actually KDE. Funny enough. Yeah, exactly, Anson. The more knowledge and skill but not so much how much. It's not about how much you know. It's about how much you're willing to learn. Like, I've seen so many people that have taken over people's job and got ahead just for the fact that they were willing to learn. They never said no. They said maybe or yes. You don't. So a smart guy once told me when I was a mechanic, because I had this mentality when I was repairing car, I needed to know everything about being a mechanic without looking in the book, and it's impossible to know everything about cars. And he was like, why are you stressing yourself out by reading all of these books over and over again and memorizing everything? He was like, well, that's what a good mechanic do. No. He said, a good mechanic knows where to get the information. He knows what book to look at. Back then, the internet didn't have that much information. So he says, a good mechanic knows what book to look in. So learn where the information are or how to get the information. And then you can learn the rest. Then the information will tell you how to do the things that you have forgotten. Write it down on a piece of paper. I had notebooks on me all the time with the most common things that I have to remember and stuff like that. And it goes with, again, it's not just mechanics, it's IT people, plumbers and stuff like that. You don't need to know everything, but you need to know how to get the information. And being good at getting the information, absorbing the information, means that you can adapt to almost any situation. I got a crash course at uni about job interviews, and they said that the best thing you can say in an interview is, I do not know everything, but I'm willing to learn. Yeah, exactly. And I want to be useful as possible. Yeah, I will agree 100% with that. I remember a guy when I was in a program doing summer holidays who literally had a Raspberry Pi for his simulation. I know Raspberry Pi is really good at emulation. A lot of people use them for retro emulators and stuff like that. Yeah, you should never limit yourself. Exactly. Yeah, I've just seen it too many fucking times where someone, like, and we are talking about fucking people that could run around you in circles with intelligence, being stuck in a position because they were not willing to expand what they knew or what they are doing. And then lesser smarter people with a less fucking word ethic, with a less company mentality, meaning that they didn't give a shit about the company, took better jobs and ran over this person. I've seen it a few times. But again, there are fucking bad bosses out there. There are bosses that will take advantage of you. Don't get me wrong here. Don't get me wrong. But for the most part, what I have noticed is that if you show the extra mile to a boss, they are also willing to give you an extra mile. And it could be like, you know what, I need a day off or something, and they're like, you know what, you've been doing so much extra work, you've been showing some extra effort, so you can take the day off, but we pay you for taking that day off. That has happened to me a few times also. Because I put in extra time, or they could have they have seen that I put in extra time at home, where they have said, you know what, you've been doing a fucking great work. These 2 hours that you need off today, we are paying those 2 hours. You just do what you have to do. 2 or 4 hours or half a day, whatever it is that you need off. Most bosses and companies and stuff like that, they do recognize that shit. But yeah, there are bad bosses, and sometimes when companies get too big, it's hard for them to recognize it. And I will I will 1000% acknowledge that. Like it's not like everyone is the yeah. Oh, Blizzard near Los Angeles. That's fucking amazing. Yeah, okay. Exactly. The new stuff also mean expanding yourself. Yeah. And it's fun to learn. It's fun to learn new shit. You know? You get new knowledge. That also means that you go down new pathways. It means that you can... Like, I have never thought I would be sitting here talking to people about Linux. I would have never thought that I would be doing anything with something called Arduino or know how to do Python coding. If you asked me 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, I would have said to you, I would probably be a mechanic or some form of physical worker for the rest of my life. Contracting worker, construction worker, working in a factory, as a fabricator or something like that. That's how I looked at my life up till a couple of months ago. So the more you are willing to expand and go out of your comfort zone, there's no limit to where the fuck you can end up. It really is like I know a lot of it's called that only you sets the limits, but it's kind of true in a lot of instances. Oh yeah. Having a good curiosity is fucking amazing, man. But I have a hard time dealing with people that are not willing to. Let me put it another way: narrow-minded and single-tracked people really aggravates me. Because I know there's so much more potential in that fucking human being, and they are wasting it by being, I'm Linux only, or I'm Windows only, or I'm Python only, or I'm only working on Chevy cars, or I'm a Hemi guy, or I'm only a plumber, or I'm only an electrician, I'm only going to buy pickup trucks. Like, there's so much more to you than that. I boot up a live Fedora KDE, Fedora KDE installed because I'm kind of feeling it right now. I do like KDE on Fedora. Fedora has some really good KDE respins. And Tornado in Central New Jersey. What the fuck is going on with the world, man? I haven't looked at DistroWatch for a while. Oh, Tuxedo OS. Yeah, of course. Let's have another fucking operating system. Yeah. Go do your thing, man. Go do your thing. I kind of want to see what happens if I don't do Linux content for like 2 months. So if I wanted to get a Linux ISO with no IDE to install OpenBox on, would I find set? So you can go with OpenSUSE. You could just install the graphical environment and then not installing any. We go into under the I can't fucking speak. Under the installation, you can go in and select what packages you're going to get installed, and you just deselect every graphical environment under OpenSUSE. So you install it as a graphical environment installer, but then you go into the advanced tab, and then you're deselecting, the graphical environment. Or you go with Arch Linux, or if you're really adventurous, you can go with something like Ubuntu Server, or you can install the Alma Linux or some of those Red Hat Linux, CentOS, Offspring Linux, the Alma Linux, and then installing it in a headless instance. So you install it without a graphical environment. Or you just install Ubuntu and uninstall GNOME. Or install Kubuntu and uninstall KDE. And then you reboot your computer and it will automatically keep... it will just boot you into a TTY instead of a SDDM or what the fuck is the GDM session. You just uninstall the desktop environment. Yeah, I reacted to the Linux experiment doing a Windows versus Linux comparisons on a Tuxedo computer. So he's benchmarking the operating system on one computer. Like, you don't benchmark an operating system on one piece of hardware, because then you're living with hardware biases. Perfectly, you do it on different hardware with so if you do one on Intel and you do one on AMD, and one of them have an Intel CPU and one of them have a AMD CPU. And you do it from two different manufacturers also, so you get the hardware biases out of the window. But yeah, let's a Linux person be a Linux person, of course. And then he was testing the operating systems, and one of his complaints was that Windows sped up the fans too loud. but it was also cooler than Linux was. That didn't sped up the fans too loud. That has nothing to do with the operating system. That's just the fan profile, default fan profile the operating system utilized. You can go and change that either in the BIOS or in the operating system. That has nothing to do with the performance of the operating system. It was like, Windows 1 6 degree, cooler, but I can't hear myself for the fans, and that's a really big negative. You do know that you can just slow down the fans on your computer. You are a tech person. You should know this. Like, Linux people are the fucking stupidest... okay, they are not the stupidest people I know, but... The Linux experiment, for a smart guy, he does some stupid fucking shit sometimes. Like, I'm like, you do know what you're doing, right? You're testing the Tuxedo computer, not the operating system. What his whole Windows versus Linux was is like, how well is the Tuxedo computer supporting Windows and Linux? He didn't test Windows correctly, he didn't test Linux correctly. Because, like I said, he only tested on one PC with one specific type of hardware. So now you have hardware biases built into the system, into your testing. So you're getting an unbalanced, basically, test. And he used test methodology that professional testers stopped using almost 10 years ago because they were inaccurately. I'm like, have you learned nothing, my friend? Yeah, I see a lot of fucking tech, Linux tech YouTubers doing a lot of unintelligent shit, to be honest. So how many distros does it take to get to the year of the Linux desktop? 10,000 probably. 1 plus point for Linux people. They do bug report. I have not seen many people do bug reports, sadly enough. I develop Win apps as a hobby, and so far those users were nearly all of the time not able to write a good bug report. One user only wrote the line. Yeah, I would say I've seen the opposite, man. Oh, yeah, I will agree with that. Put DistroTube, Quiz Titus Tech, eBoss Central, and the Linux cast on top of that also, and you have a good selection of people you should not be watching. They used to, but they stopped maintaining the KDE flavor, if I remember right. Oh yeah, Linux Mint. Yeah, they stopped maintaining the KDE. Yeah. Yeah, eBoss Central is probably the fucking worst one ever. The amount of bullshit eBoss Central is spewing out is mind-boggling. Fucking I 80% of the shit that he's saying is plain out fucking lies. And he's stealing logos from other organizations and companies to benefit financially off it himself. Like, was it you, Anton? Was it you and me that were looking into the trademark policies of the things he sold on his store in my Discord at one point? Where he's going against the trademark of Arch Linux, Kali Linux, Ubuntu, Manjaro. Basically, he's stealing. And of course, DistroTube, Quiz Titus Tech is good with Windows, but anything Linux related, don't listen to him. DistroTube, he might as well just be a fucking ISIS person with the way he looks at the world. I'm glad that DistroTube found Linux. Had he not found Linux, he would probably been part of ISIS or something like that. And then, of course, the ones that... we talked about it in a live stream. And then I wanted to do a video about it. It could be another one that sent me a lot of license papers about the trademark of those specific logos. Yeah, exactly. That's the dude. Yeah, that was it was last year. It was like summer or mid last year or something like that we did it, or late last year, I can't even remember it. I can't even remember it, man. Just remember the person I was talking to, that they sent a lot of fucking documentation about how massively infringing he is on other people's work. Like the Arch Linux TUI distribution got shut down for using Arch in the name and having the Arch arc, the Arch arc in the logo, even though it was in a different fucking color and with a different background. Yeah, eBoss Central is he's probably the only Linux YouTuber I would actively go out and say that nobody should watch and listen to. Everyone else, even though I disagree with them and I feel that they are doing bad things to the community, they are not hurting the community and stealing fucking other communities, open source communities' work to gain for themselves. So I can kind of be like, yeah, I don't agree with what they're saying and they're batshit crazy, but at least they're not taking other people's work and stealing it for their own benefit. At least they're not doing that. Plus, even DistroTube and Luke Smith, and they do make some good videos once in a while. Applying Squirrel finds a nut once in a while also. Where eBoss Central, I've not seen one video of his where I'm like, yeah. Like yeah. Every time I hear someone's watching his content, I'm like, what can I do to make you not watch his content? Like, do I need to dance like a fucking naked monkey or something like that? Like, I'm almost willing to do anything because that dude is doing nothing good for you, Linux, or anything on YouTube. Nothing. So I'm like, yeah, I do I have to throw money at you? Or, yeah. Oh, psych boop. And you wonder why that has 19.6 million views. Yeah. You wonder. Every girl should know this. So when you see something like this, yeah, they should not know it. Why you can't find anything? Yeah, it's because you don't know how to search for stuff. Yeah, fuck your motivation, yeah. Yeah, the Linux desktop needs more titties. Everything needs more titties, man. Oh my god, I don't want to see anything from DistroTube. It's because we searched for Richard Stallman. Let's search for something else. I don't want him in my fucking timeline. Car. Swimming. Even though it's not spelled correctly. Coding. There you go. I should have cleaned my algorithm from Richard Stallman. Oh, he's still there. Let's find something else. Yeah, go get some sleep. Desktop. OS2. Amiga. Let's see if we cleared my algorithm. Oh, no. The devil is still here. What else can we do? Android. Arduino. Pi 1. Hiking. That's probably also spelled wrong. Ah, I did. Oh, he's still fucking. Do I need to watch some of the? I probably need to watch some of the videos. BOS. This chat is actually really good, by the way. He's actually making some really, really good content. Yeah, I could clear my cookies, but I don't want to. I like my cookies. I think this is way more fun anyway. I could just click some videos and at some. Let's do this one here. Short Circuit is also an okay channel. Why is it so slow at the boot? It's because of the fucking advertisement shite. Jurassic World. Oh god. Paula Winkley too. I have no fucking idea who that is. Oh, she's kind of cute. Who else do we have here? Like, I want to buy a Macintosh just to piss off the Linux community. Like, imagine the fucking, like, the head-twisting, self-pooping shit that they will come at me with if I'm like, I'm going from Linux to Apple or to Mac OS. Like, imagine, like, it would be one of the ultimate fucking trolls that after using Linux for 25 years, I'm now an Apple boy. They like this. It could be fucking amazeballs. Oh my god! I honestly, I would waste the money just to see that, fucking batshit crazy fucking thing going on. Also, Lema asked me to look at my Discord at some point. I totally forgot about that. Is someone being a fuck? Oh, for fuck's sake! Yeah, you know what? You can get a permanent ban. I have no fucking. How do I ban you? Ban. There you go. Bye bye, you motherfucker. Other. Being a toxic motherfucker. There you go. Wait, did I not ban him? That lead guy, 10 lead, the idiot. Yeah. With no. The radio guy. This the guy. Stream suggestions. Huh? Who the fuck is that? No. No, it's fine with the weird name. I'm just like, who are you? Oh yeah, so by the way, I have a section called video requests. That's where you put videos for, if you want me to react on them or watch them and stuff like that. So people just tend to put them in there. But yeah. It's a baller Arch Linux installer. Wow. Yeah, I think I banned him. And welcome in, Alex _ and stream suggestion. Yeah, up there. Super fucking amazing. I will just delete this one here then. No. Just how do I delete the... I'm not that good with the delete message. There you go. Just delete that one. You got it now. Awesome. Is it still in here? Yeah, so what I do, I use Tolo or Tulu. What is it called? I'm starting to use that. What is it, the name of it? Is it... what is that? What is it called? Trello. I use this to manage my videos. So when you guys are posting stuff in my video request section, if it's something that I want to look into, I put it into like, video ideas, and then when I have recorded it and edited and uploaded it, I'm trying this out. I've been doing it for like a couple of days now, but I'm trying it out to see if it would help me, right now, the way I do it is I just either write it down on a piece of paper and then I fucking throw the paper out or something like that. Or I just go into the videos request section, and sometimes I miss some of the videos. So every time there come a video request in and I want to do something with it, if I put it in here and then with a link to the video, I can use that to, as a management tool for my video production. You get what I'm saying here. So I have like to do here, this is the videos idea I have that you guys and girls come with. And then I have like recorded, so when I have recorded it and then edit uploading it. And then I have a section for canned revisiting. So a lot of times I record a video and I may even start to edit it, but then I'm like, yeah, it may not turn out as well as I wanted it to, or maybe the format is not, I like the idea of the video, but I need to rethink it and stuff like that. It is being put over in the canned revisiting section, so I can reevaluate how maybe to do it better and stuff like that, or find another format for it. So I'm trying to see if that will help me be a little bit more organized with my video stuff, because right now I'm just recording randomly videos and just like, oh, this sounds like a good idea, and then I'm doing it, and so I have like 30 videos laying in my recording folder, and most of them stay there for fucking months before I do anything with them. So I want to be a little bit more organized with my whole video pipeline, if that makes anything sense. But apparently I'm attacking users for telling them that they're being stupid. It's funny, this is also something I noticed with the Linux community. If they are telling me that I am stupid, or I am doing something wrong, or I don't know what I'm talking about, or I should not be talking about Linux because I'm a newbie and I'm a Windows lover and stuff like that, that's normal. But if I am saying that to them, I am being toxic, a troll, I'm attacking them and stuff like that. Why is it okay for you to be like that as a Linux user, but not okay for me to say the same shit to you just because I'm a content creator? So you are allowed to be toxic to me, but I'm not allowed to be toxic to you. Where's the math in this? That it's not adding up in my book. Maybe one of you guys and girls can help me explain that. Because I talk to people like they talk to me. If you want me to be nice to you, talk nice to me. It's that fucking simple. If you want me to become irritating and animated, talk bullshit to me. It's that fucking easy. I talk to you the way you talk to me. If you're talking bullshit to me, I will go after you for that reason. I will tell you you're talking bullshit. If you're telling me I'm stupid, I will tell you you're stupid if you're stupid. According to Linux users, there's no such thing in new Windows user. What? Explain that. According to Linux users, to no such thing in new Windows. I don't like. Are you high or something? Like, have you smelled your own farts too much? Or what's going on here? According to Linux users, to no such thing in new Windows user. Can anyone decipher Lame? I think he got too many mushrooms or something like that. Yeah, I don't understand it either. I'm. Yeah, I honestly don't fucking get it, man. I think people, they think that because you are a content creator, that you are like an anonymous thing. Like, they look at you like a product, like a phone or a tablet or a screen or something like that. So it's okay for them to being fucking crazily fucking obnoxious to you. Because they think they're talking to a computer screen or they're talking to, you know, a laptop or something like that. And then when they are being talked back that in the same way, they're like, well, how dare you? Well, how dare you? Yeah, but you're a content creator. You have to deal with that. No, I don't. If you're not a nice person, I'm not nice to you. It's that fucking simple. I think he means that according to Linux users, there's no such thing as a new Windows user. I mean, according to Linux users, there's no such thing as okay, yeah, you two got just... you can't call a Linux user a newbie Windows user. Why the... Lamer, why can you not call a Linux user a new Windows user? Where the fuck have you heard this? Why can you not call a Linux user a new Windows user? I know people, have talked to people that have barely used Windows but have used Linux for a couple of years or a lot of years. So they are still a new Windows user. Is it because they think that they are better at Windows because they're good at Linux? They do know they're two different operating systems, right? So by that logic, there's no new Mac user. So a Linux user cannot be a new Mac user either then. You know, for a community that thinks highly of their intelligence, they do say a lot of stupid shit. So, Anton Nerd, I will tell you a secret here that I've been told by a lot of, not a lot, but I've been told by a few psychologists and psychiatrists, okay? People, I just went into the 13-year-old mode there. Apparently, I went back to being a teenager. Apparently, people that regard themselves as being highly intelligent and want everyone to know that they are highly intelligent and want to express how intelligent they are. 9 out of 10 times or more than likely they are below average on the IQ spectrum. So 80 below. I think the normal range is 80 to 100 or something like that. 80 something to 105 or something like that. They more than likely are below 80 or about the 80, 82, 3, 4, 5-ish area. So average to below average intelligent. Because it's their insecurity that makes them want everyone to know that they are smart, because they have an insecurity about how smart they be or how stupid they are, for lack of a better word. So if you hear someone boasting and bragging about how smart they are, more than likely they are more stupid than you are. And I am. Like, your dog is probably more intelligent than they are. If you go into a room and someone is pretending to be the smartest guy or girl in the room, they are probably not. It's a defense mechanism because they know they are not, and it makes them really highly insecure. It's the same kind of mentality, like You don't hear dangerous people talk about how dangerous they are. Because they have nothing to prove. They know how dangerous they are. So the person that is sitting and talking about how they can hurt you with a fucking pea. You know, they can hurt you with a spoon all the time. Probably can't do shit. But the guy over in the corner that's just sitting and laughing at them, it's probably the one that you should be afraid of. Yeah, I hope this makes sense. But that's what the study shows anyway. So my train shot down. Yeah, get some sugar, man. Damn, I got that right. Yeah. Jan is the Lamer decipher. So when we don't understand Lamer, we just ask Jan what's going on. You were talking about Linux users complaining that you are a newbie to Linux. That's why you love Windows. But for Linux user who hates Windows must be... Yeah. So I've not been told that I'm a new... Well, yeah, I have been told that I'm a newbie to Linux, yeah. But I probably use Linux more than most people have, because I used Linux non-stop from 1998 to 2008. So I mained Linux as my desktop before it became popular to maining Linux as your desktop. And when it was almost impossible to use Linux as your desktop. I ran Slackware without a package manager. I'm the noob. Yeah, of course I am. I don't see a point in flexing and bragging about their intelligence. This will often lead to high expectations and therefore ending up in disappointment. Yeah, it will. It will. It definitely will. There's no if or buts about it. It will. Big and powerful. I am big and powerful. Hashtag ladies. He's spanking because I use Microsoft. So a little lamer. Becky likes spanking also. So you two fits well together apparently. This channel here is also a really, really good channel, by the way. I know a guy that thinks highly of his intelligence. He believes in UFOs and Bigfoot and have never questioned anything. He's also very sensitive and gets easily mad if you don't agree with his views. So, Anton, that's called narcissist. He's a narcissist. He's probably highly narcissistic. Oh, she's awake. Well, I should probably shut my mouth then. But I can't help it. Lamer's coming over to you with his leather whip. You know, he probably also have a little bit of honey with him. So he can ask, hey honey, do you need some honey with your honey? I'm funny. Becky's still here, run away. Yeah, run away. There's a girl among us. Run away. Run away. Females, what do we do with them? Do they exist? I thought they were like unicorns. Something we just talked about and masturbated about on the internet. They are not real. Are they? Just because I'm not very active in the chat doesn't mean I'm not listening. Well... Ah, fuck. She's one of those lurkers. Oh my god. Yeah, we love Becky. Becky is amazing. Becky's the fucking best, man. She's definitely the best. Learn how to perform a backwards long jump. Why is it Bigfoot? I mean, after all the creatures has 2 feet. Why isn't it big feet? Yeah, why isn't it big feet? Yeah, why isn't it? Yeah. It is an interesting culture, though. Because like with everything in life, the truth is always something in between. You know. So there is probably something in between something that could look a little bit like, or is a little bit like Bigfoot, and is definitely not Bigfoot. So like a monkey that has like gene development issues, and like like we have giantism and dwarfism, I think it's the word in humans. You had the giant gene, like onto the giant. The rest he had like the giant gene in him and stuff like that. What is Bigfoot is just a monkey that has the same genetic defect that makes the monkey grow, a little bit bigger than normal monkeys. Or bear or something like that. That would constitute something being between what the nutcases say is Bigfoot. There's this documentary I watched. I love watching these conspiracy theory documentaries because they're so fucking funny. And a group of people, they were standing in the woods. I think you can find on YouTube, and they were banging with sticks on a tree and saying weird fucking noises because that's how Bigfoot sound like. And then other people hear that and think that is Bigfoot. So someone's trying to communicate with Bigfoot, make someone else try to communicate with Bigfoot, and they're basically talking with each other or something like that. It's really weird. To answer that, we need to talk about parallel universes. I don't really think that parallel universes will come into the talk here, because if parallel universes had any effect on our universe, it would have long been observed. That would have been parallel universe instances happened in the 80s, 90s, 1500, 1870s, and 1050s and stuff like that. It's not something that just happens because we now start to believe in it. That whole thought pattern is confirmation bias think patterns, That we are now starting to open our eyes up to something and starting to believe in something, and now it starts to happen. It's not correlating in that way. That's not how the world works. I do believe that there are aliens. There are definitely aliens out there. I just don't think that they have ever communicated or been on Earth. Like, it would be narcissistic and stupid to think that we are the only living life form in the whole universe. I just don't think that they have ever been here or anything like that. Like, one thing the governments are really good at is not keeping secrets. Like, let's be honest about it. The governments, they are really good at not keeping secrets. Like, that's one of the biggest, anti-UFO arguments that's out there, and I kind of believe that. I do think that there is highly advanced secret research going on a lot of places, and that could be, that could be a good cover to cover that under a UFO or unmanned aerial vehicle, or what the fuck the new name is. But it's not called UFOs anymore. It's called unknown aerial vehicle or something something to that fucking nature. If Bigfoot jumps out of the tree, it's now a UFO. Yeah, it is. It's an unidentified flying object. Yeah. If I throw a stone at you, that's a UFO. Yeah. I think, honestly, all of the things that we think is UFOs are man-made objects. It's just highly advanced research things. I just did a joke reference to an explanation of the Super Mario 64 speedrun. I haven't seen that. We are not alone in the vastness of the universe. That's one thing that we can be 1000% sure of. That we are not alone. And also, what is life? Is life if it's only defined by Earth? Our system. Carbon life form that drinks water, breathe air, or live underwater. Like, are we the benchmark of what life is and the animals on this earth? What about a tree? What about a stone? Does it need to have a thinking brain? Or nerve system? You know, like, what is life? That's probably the biggest question we should ask ourselves. Mountain monsters is a good for... I haven't seen that. Mountain monsters. Oh. What channels are this on? D-Max? What the fuck is Travel Channel? Oh. Okay. What is this? Is this bad shit Americans going out? I think this is where I saw them do that fucking hitting the wood thing. Oh, it's on Discovery Channel. What is death? The stopping function of the nerve system or brain activity. You know, like... Because you die, you become Earth. You know, you could... Are you then dead? You're just not conscious anymore. So is death really just the death of a consciousness instead of the death of a body? It's really weird. What if you die and then you're forever going to be spanked by Becky? What if that is the reality? I know Lamer would love this. Finally, a fucking beautiful girl is touching his butt. But what is that is death? You know, we all died. We are all being sucked up into Becky's basement of delight and into a really, really pink padded room. She is now spanking us forever and ever and ever and ever again. What is love? That's chemicals. Love is really easily defined because that's just chemicals going nuts in your brain. That is meant for the survival of the species. So it's a chemical reaction to making sure that our species stays alive. So that's what love is. They do hunts for conspiracy monsters, which is all fake. And they make a noise, then freak out. Oh. Yeah, give them enemas. Yeah, that she does also, yeah. Oh no, love is really easily defined. It's been scientifically proven what love is. Well, it's not a myth. Like I said, it's been scientifically proven what is. We have just given it the name love and giving it a deeper meaning. But it's basically just the way to make sure that we actually fornicate. Or fuck each other, basically. And stay together. Making sure that you stay in the relationship to raise the children or protect the mother and the children because you have an emotional bond to them. Again, chemicals in your brain. And that's also why when the children and the woman don't need your protection anymore, that's when you see a lot of males starting to have, you know, affairs and stuff like that. And that's also where a lot of the love starts to fade out. Because the woman has fulfilled her womanly duty, the man has fulfilled his manly duty, the child is, in quotes, a grown up. Now they have to rekindle that whole, you know, chemical emotion, or what you would call it, a chemical reaction again. And some can do it and some can't. No, Lamer. We all know that you a sad, lonely motherfucker. You are still driving a car with the girl that you have a massive crush on, but are too afraid of asking ask her out. That's why you are drooling over Becky every time you see her name in chat. Yeah, you were busted, my friend. You were busted. You were busted. Dude, you told us it in my last live stream, I think it was. You were typing to us while you were in the car with the girl, and you said it was a friend, that it didn't really, you know, work out because you just wanted to be friends, but you were still thought highly about her and stuff like that. And I would tell you, a lot of guys, I get a lot of flack for saying this, but 9 out of 10 guys that are friends with a girl have thought about fucking that girl at one point. It's just what it is. It don't mean that they want a relationship with them. They don't mean they want to be boyfriend and girlfriend and all that shit. If a guy is friends with a girl, he have thought about fucking that girl at one point. Or had a fantasy about it. It's normal. Nothing wrong with that. I've been married for 39. Oh my fucking god. I love her so much I hide from her. hey, dude. First of all, that's I love hearing that. I love hearing people been together for so many fucking years. It's amazing. I think it's something everyone wants, you know, that one person that just makes them fucking fall in love with them over and over and over and over and over again. So I'm fucking jealous of you, and I think a lot of people nowadays are. So you and your wife can be fucking happy, man. But don't hide from her. Don't hide from her. Maybe she feels the same way, man. What if you both are so in love with each other that you're hiding from each other, and when there's dinner on the table, you're eating in opposite corners, looking at the wall because you're too afraid of looking at each other? You know. Don't be afraid of love. Like I said, it's just chemicals. Nothing to be afraid or ashamed of. Even if the other party don't love you the same way. Nothing to be ashamed of, man. You can't control that fucking brain activity anyway. Like, it would be fucking amazing if we could all, you know, control who we fell in love with. It was so fucking much easier. Like, hey, we have a lot in common. Yeah. So, if you hit me on this side of the head, I will fall in love with you forever. And if I hit you in that side of your head, you will fall in love with me forever. Let's make a contract to say that we're doing that. Yeah, okay. Bang! Stab each other in the head, and now those two are together forever. Look how much fucking bullshit would be taken out of the world if that was the case. It's pain, joy, happiness, so it's right. Yeah, nothing is easy, man. Nothing is easy. But 39 years, that's still fucking amazing, man. I feel that in like 20 years, maybe 50 years, you will never hear someone say that they have been together for that long. It's like, oh yeah, we've been, you know, together or married for like 5 or 10 years, and that's it. Because there's never been more divorces than there is now. There's never been more single, lonely people or failed relationships as there is right now. And I kind of feel a little bit sad about that. Because we are pack animals. We like to share our life with other people. And unless you have some what is it called, neurodiversity in your head, you know, that makes you, like, if you have autism and stuff like that, or massive autism, it's also a spectrum, of course. But if you are high on the autistic spectrum, you may not have emotional feelings, or if you are a psychopath or sociopath and stuff like that. But if you are normal, what is it called, neurotypical or neurotypical, or what the fuck it's called nowadays, people don't want to be alone. That's why I call bullshit with all those, oh, I'm a lone wolf, or you know, fuck women and fuck men. And no, it's just a defense mechanism because you haven't found the right one, or you are lacking skills in you know, interaction skills with other people and stuff like that. You're just saying it as a defense. Because deep down inside, we all want to be with other people. Again, that's in our nature. That's how we survive. It's in our DNA. So humans want to be pack animals and they want to fuck to survive. Unless, like I said, there's some unnormalcies going on in your brain chemicals, brain activities and stuff like that. And some of it is learned behavior, and some of it is just, a defect, if you would call it that, in the brain. Like I say to a lot of people, I'm technically handicapped because I'm on the autistic spectrum. That's a handicap in today's society. I am handicapped. So treat me fucking right, people. I'm a handicap. Will you make fun of a handicap? You just can't see it, but I'm a handicapped person. So if you make fun of me and criticize me, it's like criticizing someone in a wheelchair. Because I go under the same category according to today's society. Because I am neuro-untypical, or what the fuck they're calling it. I have something in my brain that's not like anyone else's brain. Some call it an evolution, just a bad evolution. Some call it a defect. Call it what the fuck you will, I don't give a fuck. So every time you make fun of me, I'm crying because you're making fun of all of the handicapped people in the world. I'm being sarcastic here, by the way. But yeah, according to the definition of being handicapped, my situation, I think that's what I want to call it, goes under that. Look at those legs, man. Look at that. That's how you play the guitar, by the way. You swing your boob on the guitar, and then you jam away. So you can feel those vibrations in your boobs. Like that's how you fucking do it. That has to be the most comfortable way to play the guitar ever. That's why you see every fucking female metal star and rock star using the guitar as a fucking push-up bra. Of course it is. Oh, you see that? I used to love this band. Let's get my hair cut and get a barbecue food, and Kent is still here streaming. Yep. Well, I've only been streaming for... How long have I been streaming for anyway? Can I see that? Where the fuck is my stream counter? How long have I been streaming? Oh, 3 hours. Oh, this is nothing. My streams are minimum 4 hours long. Minimum, for the most part. Ah, for fuck's sake, I can't copy-paste. It gives me a link to the my dashboard when I do that. Oh, I used to fucking love April from Parks and Recreations. Oh my god. He's fucking hot as shit. Yeah, 4 hours is like kind of the minimum for me. Or until I get Becky so uncomfortable that she DMs me that I need a spanking, then I stop also. Oh, I've watched Family Guy, but I need the context. Look at Steve Jobs when he was young. He looks like a fucking serial killer. Like, he looks like someone that's about to go into your fucking dorm room and just stab everyone. Oh, Becky gives you the spankings. Ah, that's why I've not gotten any spanking for the longest time. You have taken up all the spankings then. I see. I see how it is. How bad of a Linux user I am. Well, then she needs a fucking robot because she will never be able to stop spanking you. Yeah, see, yeah. Like one of those, yeah, CIA agents from the 60s, yeah. Google data center security, 6 layers deep, holy shit. This video here, by the way, is actually really fucking good. About the design of the Apple Park. Like, I highly, like, you don't, like, don't look at it and think Apple fanboy. So, for fuck's sake, I'm stupid. Copy, there you go. But look at it like from a organizational standpoint, like a design standpoint and stuff like that. What the idea behind it is and stuff like that. Because it's really fucking funny, or not funny, but interesting. Yeah, Brandon Fraser, man, that dude has got through some fucking shit. Yeah, go to the gym, man. Go to the gym and look at some bots. Apparently, for developers, it's a really fucking badly designed work area. They actually go into that in this video here. Oh my god, I don't want to see you in your fucking bikini again, Lamer. I still have nightmare from the last one. This little mistake kills M2 MacBooks. What? Let's look. For you. Let's look. I need to stop the music. I want to look at this one. Just give me a second here. Let's do some live reaction video here. Open work, yeah, exactly. It's the open workspace thing that apparently is really unproductive for developers. Yeah, go flex some glutes, yeah. If you see a girl only doing underbody workouts, so she's only doing squats and have really tight fucking yoga pants on, you just, you just take your shorts or your sweatpants and you just, get a hole in the sides and you just rip them up over your ears so you can see all your fucking, glutes and your fucking underpants going up your crack hole. Or your crack, and then you just go and bend in front of her like, yeah, 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 yeah. And then like, pretending to take pictures and all that fucking shit. Flex though. No, you know what we need? We need a picture of Lamer going to the gym in yoga pants. In fucking yoga pants. And then just flexing in front of all the girls down there. Just don't fucking shit yourself, because you can really see that in yoga pants, by the way. But let's see what this dude has. How's this mistakes killing MacBooks, by the way?
When you do that, your laptop can't breathe. But seriously, some people think that a MacBook should be turned off every time it's closed, others believe that it's better to turn it off at night, thereby maintaining the health of the battery, and some are clamshell mode fans and keep their Mac on 24/7. Today we'll figure out who's right and who's wrong and what is the proper way to close the lid of your MacBook. First of all, let's look at some recommendations.
Oh yeah, we all know you identify as a woman, so just go nuts, Lamer.
Directly from Apple itself. I'm not going to beat around the bush. Apple doesn't say anything about turning off the MacBook, as far as I could find at least. At the same time, if Apple wanted users to turn off their devices or give them time to rest, I imagine we would know about it. Even more so, Apple allows you to work with the lid closed, and for that there is clamshell mode, but we'll talk about it later. Since we're talking about Apple's own advice, let's remember what happened with the new M1 MacBooks and how the additional user guidance appeared only a year later. I hope you came across these images a year ago. These are broken MacBooks. It's really hard to watch. In some cases, Apple has repaired.
Why is it? These are broken Apple MacBooks. It's really hard. It's like they fucking killed a kitten or so. It's a MacBook. It's expensive, but who gives a fuck? It's broken. Dude, you're not killing animals here. It's a piece of fucking metal and plastic. Get over yourself.
Repaired or replaced laptops for free, but most other users have been charged a hefty repair bill. There are discussion threads on Reddit where users report that cracks would appear when closing or opening the laptop. One user claimed the laptop was lying on my desk, and when I opened it, it broke down and there were lines on the screen. It wasn't really possible to determine the exact cause, but since Apple changed
we can tell what fan he is, yep.
Laptops for someone, then most likely it wasn't them. Technically, this could happen if you close the lid with something lying under it. It's dangerous.
I have a MacBook crack. Am I feminist and sensitive? Am I one of those latte drinking hippie? I do like me a good latte, by the way, but maybe I am.
For any laptop, but it's quite possible that much smaller, even imperceptible particles could have damaged a Mac screen here. Another theory is that the display could bend when closed, opened, or carried, which caused users to get mad at Apple. And after all that, a year later, Apple rolls out this statement in which they say, do not close the lid of a MacBook, MacBook Air, or MacBook Pro if there is something installed on the camera. If you place a cover on the camera and try to close your Mac, it may cause damage to the display, as the gap between the screen and the laptop keyboard is minimal. In addition,
that kind of makes sense. I can kind of see that makes sense. Because like he says that you're altering the dimensions of the laptop to some extent. I tell people I'm getting a white chick drink, or the white girl drink when I'm getting a Starbucks, yeah. You are a white girl, man.
Overlay on the built-in camera may cause the ambient light sensor and other features such as auto display brightness and true tone to not work properly. Instead of covering the camera, you can use an inbuilt indicator to determine if the camera is on.
Oh yeah, I get you, Craig. I get you on that one. Yeah, a lot of the MacBook, the Apple fans, they do look a bit. Is wimpy the word I'm looking for here?
On and select apps that you want to allow access to the camera in system preferences. Okay, after the tragic MacBook pics, let's take a step back and compare free usage scenarios. Putting your MacBook to sleep, shutting it down completely, and running in clamshell mode. The first two options have their pros and cons, but only one of them is satisfactory and extends the life of your MacBook. Whereas working in the closed lid mode, clamshell, there are a few unfavorable nuances. If you literally cannot live without your laptop for work, education, or whatever reason, then most likely you just slam the lid of your MacBook and move on with your life. Just like me, and it works. Think about it. You put your laptop into a bag and at any time, in a matter of seconds, you can go back to working. Besides, all your open
That was the most creepiest fucking look I've seen ever.
And at any time, in a matter of seconds, you can go back to work.
Hey, I'm an Apple user. I'm going to violate the living shit out of you.
Besides, all your open apps, tools, browser tabs, and Finder windows stay where they are. Convenient? I'd say so, but is it safe for your Mac? There are quite a lot of cons here. Energy consumption in the background, the constant utilization of battery and other Mac components, and guys, come on, these cons...
Okay, is it just me, or is he overthinking the living shit out of this problem here? Like, is this overthinking to the nth degree?
Are so insignificant, and believe in articles or authors who tell us that MacBook must always be turned off when not in use is absolutely unreasonable. You may not have known, but turning off your Mac is actually doing it more harm than good. And over time, your Mac may load slower and have worse overall performance due to this. I often go long time without restarting my 16-inch MacBook Pro. It doesn't matter whether I use my MacBook Air in the evening to watch movies or sit down to play a game on my Windows laptop. laptop, I almost never shut down my work MacBook, and I do that for a reason. Shutting down has several consequences for your Mac. Firstly, it clears the RAM of everything. Open apps, temporary files. This can be useful, but only in certain situations which have...
What? You do know your operating system loaded into RAM again when you're starting it up, right? Or is that something that didn't teach you in Apple school? Like,
we'll discuss later. When you restart your Mac and then start reopening all the apps you need for work, you're just wasting your time. Then you wait until...
What? Oh my god, this is the most idiotic things I've heard about. Yeah, it takes a little bit of time to reboot your computer, but it has... Oh my god.
Until your Mac picks up the speed that will be optimal for multitasking. It may be a little confusing, but let me try and explain in simple terms. During the day, you probably open and interact with a more or less similar set of programs, and your MacBook tries to adapt to your working style, making operating several apps at the same time easiest for you, so that you can quickly switch between apps, for example. So there is no need to constantly restart your Mac, clearing the RAM. Believe me, the MacBook manages its RAM very efficiently.
Yeah, just like any other operating system. And when you're overloading your RAM, it's putting things out of your RAM. You don't reboot your computer to clear the RAM. People reboot their computer to clear like the temp folder to... Oh my god. They do it if they have rogue processes running around. They do it to refresh the process users in the backend. They reboot after an update, for example, and stuff like... Can someone help me here? So it's clear RAM when you restart. Only shut down when only shut down when you're completely done with your computer. Yeah, of course. Like, a chicken knows this, but there are so many other benefits. Like this whole RAM thing here is not an issue. Like this is not an issue. Everyone know that when they're rebooting or shutting down their computer, the first minute or so when they boot up, the system needs to kind of, get back to it. It needs to wake up, it needs to get its morning coffee and get for a pee and a poop, and then it's ready to do its shit. This is nothing new. People have been knowing this and understanding this for decades.
And you don't need to give it a hand. Rebooting your Mac will only be useful if you received an update or noticed bugs, and the first feasible solution that comes to your brain is to restart your device, just like in memes.
Leder du efter den perfekte sofa? I denne uge kan du få op til 35% rabat. Oplev det.
Works
well, his problem is apparently that Macintoshes are slow. The whole thing is that apparently Apple M2 MacBooks gets damaged over time or something like that if they are in clamshell mode. Yeah, exactly, George. Exactly. Yeah. That using RAM is bad. No, it's not. Yeah, I think the whole idea comes about, it's about, should you close your MacBook or not? Should you run it in clamshell mode or not? That's the whole argument.
Secondly, turning your Mac off and then on puts a bit of a strain on your device.
What he's doing here is he's over-explaining something to look smart. So today I will tell you when you should close your MacBook. Just say it. This is where you should have it in clamshell mode. This is when you should not. This video could have been a 2-minute video. But a lot of people that are not well versed, it's the same like I talked about with intelligent people that want everyone to know how intelligent they are. Or non-intelligent people want to know everyone how intelligent they are. Again, this sounds like someone that don't understand his technology, trying to sound like he understands his technology. Just say clamshell mode in this situation without going into deep detail about it that none of us care anything about or can use for anything. Or in this situation, you should not be closing your MacBook. It's that easy. It could have been a 2-minute video.
device's components. Every time you turn on your MacBook, it has to go through and check the operation of each of its components inside. To do this, the system conducts a series of internal tests that check each—
That's good to see if they are working. That's called self-diagnosis, for fuck's sake.
component for its performance capacity and potential problems. These tests themselves do not cause harm to the components, but if carried out several times a day, every day for several years, the reboot process can have a cumulative effect and increase the wear of the system components. Arthur—
What? Okay. I have never heard about this. I have never heard about this. Yeah, rebooting both keep your computer healthy and can fix PC. Like, am I totally fucking stupid here and thinking he's talking out of his ass right now? Like, come on, like, am I wrong here saying that it is? Okay, I'm right, I'm right. Like, I don't see how rebooting a computer can damage a graphic card, or a CPU, or a capacitor, unless you're rebooting all the fucking time, of course. First time I hear that rebooting OS is good for health of your computer. So it is. So yeah. I will say it's good for your. I'm not saying it's good for your health of your computer, but I will say rebooting your computer can help you figure out if you have issues with your computer, because it does the self-diagnostic test during reboot. Yeah, but you have to fucking reboot your computer for a fucking long time. Like, you wear out your components by just running it. Like, if you reboot your computer every day, that should have no effect on the long-term use of your computer. Like, you were wearing out. Right now, my computer is running 24/7. I'm still wearing out the capacitors and you know, the electronics components, because they're getting degraded every time there's currents going through them. Like, I understand that if you're rebooting 10 times a day, that may not be a good idea. Rebooting OS has the benefit of restarting programs that otherwise could have had some issues when running in the... Yeah, I agree. I always shut my computer when I'm done with it. Yeah, this is so stupid. Yeah, again, it depends on what we define as healthy for your computer, because, like I said, when you are rebooting, it is running a self-diagnosis. So I have had instances where I've had a bad RAM module in my computer, but I didn't, like, the OS didn't say I had a bad RAM module. It was only when I rebooted I figured out I had a bad RAM module, and it went into a reboot cycle. Like, it tried to reboot, it failed, and then it rebooted and failed, and then it rebooted and everything worked again. And when I was using when the operating system was up and running, I didn't notice any problems with my RAM module for a long time. It was only when I rebooted it that it figured out that there was something wrong with my computer. I hope this makes sense. So it may not be healthy for your operating system, but it helps, it's doing diagnostic checks that you otherwise can't do. That's kind of what I'm trying to say here. But understand, having your computer open 24/7 or rebooting. No problem, Craig, and thanks for the $5, man. Like, I can understand that when you're rebooting, you're giving the computer a boost of electricity. I can understand that, and I would say this, that rebooting or turning your computer on and off probably is the hardest for your power supply. If you're really going into like the massive details about it here. All right. But we are probably talking about running your computer, you may lose like under 1% of the lifespan of your computer by rebooting all the time. But then you are getting the benefits of doing the hardware checks. I hope I make sense here. I've never heard that was a problem. I've heard people saying running your computer all the time is bad for it because, again, having electricity running through your components is degrading the components over time. But then again, you get the insurgency of the power boost. It's like, what evil do you want? So I'm feeling a little bit bullshit here, to be honest.
But if that's how things are with shutting down a Mac, what's the deal with the sleep mode? I'm happy to tell you, but before that, let me tell you one very interesting fact. Have you noticed that before in an Apple store, MacBooks were slightly open, not the way they are now, fully open? Apple strictly regulates not only the order in which their products are placed in its branded stores, but even
that's fucking bullshit, to be honest.
Such seemingly minor details as the opening angle of MacBooks displayed on the sales floor. Before it was 76 degrees. This is done because MacBooks presented in store are to attract the attention of a potential client as much as possible, trigger them into direct contact with the new MacBook, and then push the person to pick a laptop. Brilliant marketing ploy, Apple. Now,
well, it's psychology, but yeah.
Let's go back to sleep mode now. Let's begin with the speed. I can open my 16-inch MacBook Pro and immediately get to work on my new video, view previously opened Chrome or Safari pages and documents. Everything is accessible to me and there is no need to wait for my MacBook to turn on. When I'm done working, I just close the lid of my MacBook and it goes to sleep. And you might think that during this time the Mac is sleeping and effectively does nothing. But this
No. I don't think people are that unknowledgeable to not know that sleep mode means reduced energy mode and not that it's not doing anything. It's reduced energy. It's like when you go home from your work or not, you go out. When I leave my apartment, I put my apartment to sleep mode. I turn off any non-essential things that I need to do. So my lights gets turned off. If I have the stove on, I turn that off, I don't have running water, all the unnecessary things is being turned off. That's kind of what sleep mode is. It's like a bare minimum working state for the computer, so or laptop. So it has like only the bare essential running. That means that don't mean that it can't run other tasks, but it tends to only have the bare minimum running to make sure that it's using less energy and it's fast at booting up. No, I think what he's doing here, he's overcomplicating a simple thing. And again, a lot of non-technical users, they love to overcomplicate a simple thing because he has probably done some research on this subject. So he go and reads research article about this. And then he's just verbatim saying everything that they are saying. And not understanding that a lot of those articles or white papers or instruction manuals is not meant, or teaching books. They were meant, thanks, Axie, or XIX, sorry for your name. So he just, okay, this is what the Wikipedia say, this is what the documentation from Apple say, and blah, 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 blah. They are not meant to be, they are meant for, technicians to look at. They are meant for educators to look at a lot of times. So there is a lot of unnecessary information in it, because they want to make sure that if you are teaching, in school, or you are teaching the subject to a IT professional, they want to know more details than your average consumer want. What his job is as a content creator and not as an educator here is to figure out, it is basically like cutting the fat away from the steak. What do my viewers need to know to understand what this is about? And we don't need 90% of the stuff that he's talking about. It's interesting to me as a tech idiot. But for my brother, everyone else, probably 90% of the Mac users, they don't care about this. They are not, his audience is definitely not, IT professionals, coders, repair persons, and stuff like that. Those are the people that need in-depth information. And as a good content creator, if you ask me, and an intelligent person, he understand, just like a good chef understand, when to cut some fat away and when to leave some fat on. He's basically just regurgitating what he has read on the internet. And some of that has probably been papers meant for IT professionals or techie people, which is clearly not his audience. If you look at his videos here, it's like consumer end level videos. But he's talking about stuff right now that the average consumer don't give a fuck about. And I think he's doing a bad job at being the cook. At understanding the subject enough to say, okay, this is useful information, and this is only useful if you are a techie person. But that's just my viewpoint on it.
This is far from the truth. When it goes to sleep, much like our brain, it performs very important restorative processes. It runs scripts to clean up the OS from unnecessary garbage created by apps. Before it falls asleep, MacBook indexes files so you can find them faster. It indexes every time you add, delete, rename, and move folders and files on your device. This is a very important process, especially if you use Spotlight to find files on your MacBook. That's why it works so fast. But Arthur, you ask, why doesn't my MacBook do all of that when it's on? And the reason is because it takes care of you. Since these...
It also does it when it's not only indexing when it's asleep. That's blatantly not true. It's also indexing stuff like that while it's on. Or else people that are running their MacBooks on 24/7 will never have an index database that's correct. That's just bullshit. I'm sorry, that's bullshit.
These tasks can affect the system performance. At the time when you need maximum performance and therefore your MacBook doesn't burden itself with additional tasks while it performs yours. It does everything it has to do before bed. Can't relate. And now imagine that when you turn off your MacBook immediately after finishing your work on it.
There is probably some intelligence going on right now where the MacBook knows, or the OS knows that when you're starting your editing software, this is probably not the right time to index your database. But if you're looking at, let's say, Pornhub, yeah, maybe now is a good time to index your database. I would call bullshit on this one here.
On it, all these maintenance tasks just don't get done. You haven't left any time for the device to do its homework. As a result, your Mac becomes slower and slower, although you may not immediately notice.
So have any of you guys and girls out there right now that are running a MacBook or macOS experience it becoming slower and slower and slower and slower the more you keep it on? I have never heard that. It makes no sense. Honestly, it makes no sense what he's talking about right now. Oh, yeah, I think you have said happy birthday to me, by the way.
This is unlikely to affect performance directly or significantly.
Sorry, I just got something in my fucking throat. These guys are coming with some sci-fi stuff. Again, I think he read some articles and he don't really understand all of them, or only have, researched the top part of it.
But turning the laptop on or searching for files will get noticeably slower. Also, your MacBook doesn't sleep all the time. How's that? Sometimes it wakes up just for a little while to use the bathroom. To connect to the internet and update some info, for example, to see if there is any new mail, or if you've received new messages in iMessages. But don't worry, you won't...
Virus Webshop-skolen har lavet noget, der aldrig nogensinde er set i Danmark nogensinde før. Vi hjælper dig med at finde winning product.
You won't notice your MacBook.
Why do we need to know... So help me, please help me here. Why do I need to know this to know when to close my MacBook or not? I could summarize this here. Don't close your MacBook if you have something on your screen to external things on your screen. According to him, restarting your MacBook is bad, okay? And sleep mode don't mean your computer is turned off. It just means that it's doing administrative and service tasks in the backend. There you got. That's the video. Up to now. I just explained 8 minutes of content in 30 seconds. I did it during the rant, but shouldn't have done it when I joined the stream for the first... No. Oh, yeah, don't think about it, Johan. It'll slow down if it gets really, really hot. Yeah, well, Jill. Yeah, I get that.
MacBook waking up at all. It will do it without a single sound. Time for a handy little pro tip for desktop Mac users who can't slam the lid shut like we can on a MacBook. You can set one corner of the screen so that when you move your pointer there, your Mac will automatically go to sleep. That's right, the same...
No.
So that when you move your pointer there, your Mac will...
Put display to sleep. That's not the same as putting your... Please tell me I'm not stupid here, but putting your display to sleep is not the same as putting your laptop to sleep. Can we all agree on this? Is this something we can all agree on? That here you're just basically turning off the display. But when you're putting your MacBook to sleep, you are throttling down the CPU, you're throttling down non-essential work tasks, non-essential resources on the laptop and so on. One of those are the screen. Here, you are not doing anything. You're not throttling down the CPU. You're not throttling down the I/O speeds and stuff like that. You're just turning off the screen. Like, am I stupid for saying this, or is it something that we can all agree on? I'm not a Mac user, so I don't know how this works. Yeah, right? I love how we can all debunk a video together. It's fucking fun.
Will automatically go to sleep. That's right, the same principles apply to the iMac and Mac Pro. How to adjust your screen settings via a special tool and other hidden features.
I think the average non-technical user doesn't see a difference between screen sleep and CPUs. Yeah, you're probably right, George. Thank Marcus.
Of the macOS I told you in this video. And now you might think that this is some BS. How come a MacBook is doing all these different and diverse actions in its sleep? Well, you shouldn't think that the device will work all night and consume a ton of energy to perform these tasks. That's right, it only takes a few minutes and your Mac will then go into deep sleep mode, drawing only a tiny fraction of the power from the MacBook battery or desktop Mac power outlet. So, how often should you shut down your Mac? Personally, I only turn off my MacBook if I have problems with the operating system. Something freezes, for example, program Slack, or refuse to work consistently. In 9 out of 10 cases, this is perfectly valid solution to the problem. To summarize all
I would agree with that. rebooting is not bad, but yeah, I that's what I do. I only reboot my systems when I have problems. I got a friend when they turn off the when you turn the computer off, they turn the monitor off.
All the above. It's much better to just let your MacBook sleep than to turn it off completely. So this is all good, of course, but what about that clamshell mode?
Now it took him almost 10 minutes to get into the fucking subject of the video.
Deets. Arthur? Well, it's no secret that you can connect an external monitor to your MacBook, just like any other Mac computer. By using an additional display, you can significantly increase your productivity and efficiency when working on a variety of tasks. However, if you want to use your MacBook as a system unit, then you're in luck. The MacBook clamshell mode is perfect for all those users who are used to using one monitor as their main. For obvious reasons, using the built-in keyboard or trackpad will not work, so you should definitely get additional gadgets. At the very least, you will need a keyboard and mouse. Both wired options and
there's a lot of course Sherlock moments going on here right now.
Their wireless counterparts are suitable. Let's move on to the steps required to activate this mode. First, you need to make sure that your laptop is in an active state or in sleep mode. Then we connect the power source, monitor, mouse, and keyboard to the MacBook and close the laptop lid. It's important to know that you can only activate clamshell mode with external accessories. If you connect the MacBook to an external monitor, hoping to watch a movie with the lid closed, alas, it won't work. You need third-party stuff. After that, the operating system will automatically switch to clamshell mode and the macOS desktop will be displayed on the external monitor. Enjoy. You can use your MacBook as a desktop computer. And here is one of the phenomena that often occur in this mode. Your MacBook may become slightly warmer than normal when operating in clamshell mode. This is totally normal and does not require any further action. In addition, there is some good news for those who really care about their privacy. There is the T2 security chip. This chip has a number of security features, including storing and protecting device encryption keys, fingerprint data, and secure upload functions.
Why do we need to know? Just tell me when I should close my MacBook or not. Like, who cares about privacy? This is not a privacy issue, for fuck's sake. It's just like, I just want to know what and how is. I don't know what to say. I'm fucking speechless, man.
In addition, the micro socket disables the microphone of the built-in camera by hardware when the laptop lid is closed. The disconnect is implemented in hardware alone, says the published guide, where the hardware disconnect function of the microphone is discussed in a separate paragraph. All of this is cool and all, but is it possible to keep the MacBook constantly on charge in clamshell mode? The battery wears off and the MacBook will turn into a stationary device, you might think, but Apple took care of that for us. It's pretty safe to use your MacBook constantly on charge due to the presence of a special thing, let's call it this way, that protects against overcharging. It operates as follows. When the battery reaches 100% charge, the computer stops charging. Then it discharges to 95% and
yeah, I've heard some people that have had batteries going down to 80% efficiency over a year in this because of this technology here. A lot of MacBook users and Mac laptop users have had batteries degrade 20% because of this charging, uncharging, charging, uncharging, charging, uncharging. I think the old MacBooks, they just, when you were plugged into wall, they didn't use the battery until you needed the extra power. Like when you were doing heavily power resource things, it would start to then utilize the battery power, recharge it again, and then when it was topped off, it just circumvented the whole battery altogether and left it at 99% of battery life. I'm having pasta and meat sauce. Oh, I fucking love that shit. What I think is tragic about newer Macs is the ability to recover data without engaging special repair shops. Yeah, sort of. Yeah. That's fucking crazy.
and charges again. This thing with over and undercharge protection also allows you to count cycles and determine the capacity of the battery. Does the number of cycles increase if your MacBook is constantly on charge? The short answer is no. The long answer is one charge-discharge cycle is when the MacBook is discharged from 100% to 0% and then fully charged again. That is, one cycle is also when you spend 15% of your charge today and 85% tomorrow. The same amount except in the span of 2 days. It turns out that one full cycle can consist of many microcycles when you keep your MacBook constantly on charge. Learn more about charging your MacBook in this video. So take care of your MacBook, and if you enjoyed this video, then also go ahead and click on this one and
Yeah, this is one big nothing burger. It's a 13-minute video that could have been a 2-minute video long. I'm really confused about this video. You didn't really, like, you should close your MacBook if you put it into activity mode. That's what I'm getting from... Whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. Ooh, Valve's prototype Steam control. What the fuck is this? Why are you not loading up? Come on, bitch. So it's basically just a Steam Xbox, basically. It's an Xbox or a console running Steam then.
Compact gaming PC. But this little Steam logo here makes it something else.
Oh my god, look at that fucking dent it has right there.
Together. It's a Steam machine. That's right, if you blinked, you could have missed it. But almost 10 years ago, before Valve disrupted the handheld gaming market with the Steam Deck, they
didn't disrupt it. It sold 1 million units. Like, we looked at the comparison to other handheld devices. The Steam Deck is almost meaningless in the number of sales units compared to any other handheld device. But yeah, that's
really attempted the same thing in the living room.
And
this
massively.
Is not just any Steam machine. Valve built this one themselves as part of a beta program that included only 300 units. And there was some very custom work done here to make it special. But there's a catch. This one is broken. We got it from Free Geek Twin Cities in Minneapolis, Minnesota, who, great eye, by the way, recognized what it was and figured they better reach out to see if someone could get it running and give it a better send-off than the scrapyard. And who better to do it than yours truly? Not on camera.
780 VBIOS. It's dated for around, it did a lot of really interesting things.
You're gonna be happy or mad if it works?
Let's go.
Okay, so yeah, I don't. It's just basically a ITX machine then. It's just an ITX machine with SteamOS running on it. Holy shit! Yeah, Joe Rogan was fucking buff back in his younger days, man. What if you're the dumbass? Why smart people think they are stupid? The Dunning-Kruger effect. We just talked about this. This is fucking amazing, by the way. I haven't seen this. I've just seen people talking about it.
Hello, grandkids. Let's go take a look at my new PC. First of all, the components were provided by ASUS North America, and Republic of Gamers North America. I met some of their crew while at PAX East, and that's when we started talking about this collaboration. And with all the components in hand, Justin of Robotech did a live stream of the build and even brought me in during part of it to chat about PCs.
Don't, for the love of God, don't listen to Luke Smith. Luke Smith have a video where he is telling people to leave their job for more reasons if they are working on closed source software. You are not a proper open source person. If you are working in a proprietary company, you should be leaving it. He disregarding people having to fucking pay, you know, to keep their house, to feed their children. Yeah, Luke Smith is he's living in a world that everyone else is not living in. Like him and DistroTube, they are, like I said, if they have not found Linux and open source, they would have been, you know, toxic Jehovah's Witnesses or ISIS or something. Like they would be affiliating. They need a cause to believe in, and then they attach their whole identity and self-worth to that, and they become the perfect soldier for that cause. And they found Linux, and the problem is with people, like with extreme people like that, extremists, is that they are not doing anything good for the thing that they want to do anything good for. Extreme views have never been good for anything. I would not. He has a few good tutorial videos about doing some things out there. I will say that. So do DistroTube, by the way. But don't believe or don't listen to him. Him and DistroTube will only modder your mind. You are not allowed, or well, not allowed, but you cannot be skeptical in their view. Like DistroTube is like, I'm not looking down on people using proprietary software. That's a myth. And then he's spending 5 minutes attacking, disproving, looking down, and feeling superior because he's not using proprietary software. That's the mindset those two people have. And people like that, in my humble opinion, is people that you should stay away from. They are not going to be a good influence in your life or for the thing that you want to learn or do. And every now and then, Distro has a reasonable lucid moment. He does. I will. Yeah. There are a few videos from DistroTube where I'm like, oh my god, and I'm like, people say I should watch this, so I watch it, and it's actually a good video. But I think he does that more to hide who he really is. So he is making those videos kind of to cater to the normal Linux users, you know, the non-extreme Linux users, because they're also part of his viewer base. So he's throwing them a bone, and then it's like, you know, the first one is free, you know, he's luring them in with candy, and then when they are becoming part of his channel and stuff like that, he's then brainwashing them with his extremist views. So he's Mr. Watches until you get in the door, and then he becomes, you know, Ted Bundy or something like that. You get what I'm saying here.
See stuff in gaming. I'll provide a link to the Robotech's video in the description if you want.
I love videos like this. I fucking like.
The PC is very cool. I love the red colors that Robotech set up for me. By the way, I call the new PC Big Red. Here's what's inside. The GPU is the Asus TUF Gaming GeForce RTX.
I love this shit,
Ti
man.
OC Edition. The case is the Asus TUF Gaming GT. The CPU is an Intel 11900K. and the RAM is Kingston DDR4.
I want to see her spank lamer, yeah.
Peripherals are from Republic of Gamers. The mouse is the Gladius 3. The keyboard is the Strix Flare 2 Animate. The headset is the Delta S Animate. You can set up lots of lighting effects through the Armory Crate software, but I prefer mine in the static colors that you see.
Yeah, this is like a
Preloaded
feel-good fucking
animations
video,
like the
man.
parts that you see here on the keyboard and the headset. And you can even customize the animations. Everything's been running great and looks awesome. Skyrim has been playing wonderfully on the new PC, and I'm looking forward to playing some new games that's on my Steam wishlist whenever they release, especially Scorn. Finally, I like to give a big thank you to everyone involved with building this new PC.
I love stuff like this. Grandma playing Doom, yeah, I love it. Like, just because you are getting, you know, a little bit up in age and stuff like that don't mean that you can't do what everyone else is doing. Like, yes, you can't go to the fucking moon and run a marathon and, you know, go to the gym and become the next Miss Olympia and stuff like that, but tech don't have to be for the young ones, man. She's probably a better gamer than 90% of the fucking gamers out there right now. You know? I love this shit. This is like, it's like getting a good fucking hearty meal, you know? It's amazing, man. She's a cute grandmother. You know, just wanted to run up and hug her. Fucking amazeballs, man. Yeah, gaming is ageless, man. Worms is a good game, though. I love Worms. Like, she's enjoying her life, man. So, imagine this sweet lady here. This young, sweet whippersnapper here is installing Linux and getting into the Linux community. How long will she last before we have to sadly visit her in another place? Like, just imagine her become part of the Linux community. Oh, fucking hell, man. Oh, God. Yeah, that will be a sad one to see. And I will say this, the gaming community, they can be fucking idiots also. They really can. But I've never had so many fucking, or have to deal with so many fucking idiots as I have been doing with the on the Linux. Is this the Malaysian flag? I think it is, yeah. Oh, I really want to taste those pookies. Oh, yeah. If she criticizes just a little bit, yeah. A female, yeah, she would probably have a lot of fucking nerds in his DM, like, hey, dick pic time, and then she's getting all kind of fucking dick pics. Oh, God. I fucking love this shit. You sadly see too many people when they reach retirement age, they just give up on life and everything. And yeah, there are things you can't do, you know, the body is not what it used to be and stuff like that, and sometimes the mind can play a little bit of tricks on you, depending on what you're dealing with, but you can still fucking live your life, and you can live a happy life, you know. And you should. Like, she's probably, you know, working harder than any of us have been doing her whole life. You know. Yeah, I love stuff like this. Yeah, exactly. She didn't give up, yeah. It's fucking amazing, man. For all the bullshit, like, every time there's a fucking angry troll or idiot, we just have to watch her channel, you know. I will, the old gamer. Oh, she's not old. You're not old, my friend. Yeah, it will make you feel all fucking nice and fuzzy on the inside. Apple fanboys are foolish people. I really want to show you guys and girls this video, but I can't stand it. I'm switching from Mac to Linux. Get rid of Linux Mint's annoying system sounds. Oh. Own your face. I am owning my fat fucking face. I can't really, like, not owning it. It's on my face. Nuclear weapons. Pew! Old man advice. Yeah, don't give a fuck. Too early for computers. Yeah. No, you stole it. Yeah. How do computer remember? Oh, he's using a breadboard. Nice. Apple, please buy me a Mac. Oh my god. ChatGPT attention is all you need. Oh, he's a weirdo, man. He's a weirdo. Broken the interweb. Oh yeah, there's a big debacle about using 1440p display on macOS. Yeah, I've been playing around with the the Bing chatbot. It's based on ChatGPT. I don't think Linux as a tech religion. Sadly, a lot of people do, man. Sadly, a lot of people do. Or they act like it anyway. Yeah, it's 9 p.m. here, man. I need to get some other stuff done. So I probably will stop right now. I will say desktop Linux. Yeah. We are talking about desktop Linux here. The IT professionals and this, you know, anything IT professional related, they have a totally different view on Linux. Like, it's easy to see in the Linux community who does not work in IT, because it's 9 out of 10 times they are not the toxic ones, the ones that, if you see a toxic person or someone that, Linux should take over the world and blah, 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 and all that fucking shit, the DistroTube mentality, the Luke Smith mentality and stuff like that, the eBoss Central mentality, they are probably not working in IT. Few are, but most of them are not. Yeah, tech sect, yeah. Exactly, for IT it's a tool, for desktop it's live, yeah. I ditched Linux and the people that use it to my dad once, and his reaction was, that's kind of... Yeah, exactly, Anton, yeah. Or describe Linux and the people you... Yeah, it is a cult. Anyway, people, I need to go. I need to do some stuff before it gets too late. So see you all later. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for all the support. Have an amazing rest of the weekend. I will see you all later. Bye-bye.